I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 231, Public Laws of 1975, this is to state for the record that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public by posting and maintaining the annual notice of regular meetings on the bulletin board of the municipal building, by mailing the annual notice of regular meetings for 2020 to the News Record and Star Ledger in December 2019, and by filing said notice in the office of the Township Clerk.
Mr. Adams? Here. Mr. Daffis?
Here.
Mr. DeLuca?
Here.
Mr. Lambert?
Here.
Mayor McGehee?
Here.
Whereas Chapter 231, Public Laws of 1975, commonly known as the Open Public Meetings Act, requires all meetings of public bodies be open to the public, and whereas Section 7A provides that the governing body has the discretion to permit, prohibit, or regulate the active participation of the public at any meeting, and whereas desire the governing body to comply with this provision of this act, same time to conduct its business in an orderly and expeditious manner, now therefore be resolved by the Township Committee, the Township of Maplewood does hereby prohibit, except as set forth in the formal agenda, active participation in the deliberations of the governing body by the public, and except as otherwise prescribed by law, does limit the public to the observation of the actions and discussions of the governing body at all its regular and special meetings.
So moved. Second.
Ms. Adams? Yes. Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lambert?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ferguson, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2020 first of two budget hearings on this beautiful, freezing Saturday morning. What I will do is I'll run through the agenda, and then I'll also provide some logistics regarding how we will run the meeting today. So today we will start with a budget and process review. After that, we will hear from the following department heads: Municipal Court and Prosecutor, Community Development. We'll hear from our SIDS, Maplewood Village Alliance, and the Springfield Avenue Partnership, Fire and Office of Emergency Management. Then at noon, we'll take a lunch break, give or take. It could be a little earlier, hopefully not a little bit afterwards, noontime. And then afterwards, we'll come back into session, and we'll hear from Police and Dispatch. We'll have the Library, Public Works and Recycling, and then we'll finish up with the Community Coalition on Race. At that point, we will have a public comment session, and then we will adjourn until next Saturday on the 25th. For those who are watching at home, and I watched a video from last year, only 83 views in a year. So for those 10 to 12 people that might be watching at home, we do have an email address. It's askthetc@twp.maplewood.nj.us, and I'll repeat that again. It's askthetc, so ASKTHETC, at TWP, which stands for Township, at Maplewood.nj. .nj.us, thank you. So that being said, I'd like to kind of go through what our expectations are for the process. We will hear from each department head. They will provide a narrative. What we'll ask them to do is kind of give us their top 3 highlights of 2019, their key performance indicators. Then they will give us their 2020 mission, what they're trying to accomplish this year. We will go over operating expenditures, to see if there's any variances or any questions that we have. After that, we will have a discussion, a brief discussion of their capital request. And then in terms of personnel, we will not talk about personnel here in public. Those are usually enclosed unless it's a personnel issue where they want to increase their staff. At this point, I'd like to open up the floor for my colleagues to make any statements. Mr. Limbrick.
Mr. Mayor, I think I say something similar every year, but I think it's important to reiterate that I find consistently the toughest part of this position is spending our neighbors' money and making decisions, particularly in this community where we're trying to balance providing the services and the facilities that make our community a top-notch place to live, with doing our best to keep this community affordable for not just those who are already here, but for all the people that would like to move here. And it's become only more difficult in the environment of the past couple of years with the federal tax situation, with the state and local taxes no longer being fully deductible, and that's something that we're certainly working with our state and federal representatives to address. But what I find the most frustrating thing is that we're a community which is clearly overtaxed, but at least here on the township level, we don't overspend. We really do make an effort here to be efficient, to be economical, but we also recognize that people, our residents who are paying the kind of taxes they're paying, deserve top-notch services, deserve high-quality facilities, and don't just deserve for the status quo and deterioration over the years as costs go up. So that's what makes this budget process every year such a difficult thing, and something that I know all of us take very seriously. And I just do want to reiterate to the public that it is a difficult balancing act we're trying to perform. But each of us are residents, each of us pay the tax bills as well, and we hear it from our neighbors. And we certainly are not up here spending other people's money without serious consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Wembrick. Anyone else?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Ms. Viveros, would you like to say anything about about the budget hearing? Anything at all? Any comments?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Mr. Kojay, any comments before we get started?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, last year it was quite a challenging and difficult year for us. This governing body made some very difficult choices last year that put us into a much better position than we were just 2 years ago. We are not quite out of the woods yet, but we are in a position, and we've caught some breaks in 2019 that'll give us more flexibility than we had afforded to us back in 2019.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bancroft, you are up. We will now hear from the municipal court, and prosecutor will be next.
Right here.
Feel free to come up if you want, though, Annette. Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm going to give you a brief overview of our budget as far as status of the court, as far as filings, where we're at, where we're trending, our collections. I'll go over our few requests that we have, and then I'll go over a few highlights that we have, certainly based on what we've achieved and where we're heading in 2020. As far as filings, our fiscal filings, and this is submitted in the budget, and the state calculates it from July through June 2018 to 2019, Maplewood increased by about 45%. That's a very large number. I want everyone to be aware of that. And certainly the staff was able to adapt and handle that. South Orange, during the same time period, decreased 9%. Be advised that that's been corrected in the latter half. We've seen that trending upwards. That was total about 38,000. That's a pretty large increase in volume for the shared court staff. I still think we are handling it well, and what I'm seeing in 2019, as we did our totals for the end of year, we ended up at around 40,000 filings. As anticipated, we are now in our 9th year in the shared court, as it started in 2011. We anticipated about 35,000 filings. Right now we're trending at 40,000 filings. What does this turn into? It's our net collections and returnables to the township. So Maplewood's plus 37%. We returned to the township a total of $648,000. South Orange had an increase of plus 19%, $824,000. That was corrective. They had trended upwards since the inception of the shared court since 2011. They had an off year in 2018. 2019, you've now seen them correct in not only their filings, but also in their collections. Total filings was about 2.3 million. Maplewood was about just over $1 million. South Orange was 1.3 million. And what I want to let the governing body know, there's been many articles written about the municipal courts statewide about the township's demand for revenue, question about revenue. I said this at our 8th a month meeting. We do not hear any of that from any governing officials or administration or finance regarding collections. That's not our purpose, that's not our role, that's not our function. It is a byproduct of what we do. Typically, in a municipal court, you are fined or penalized monetary, and that what happens. So I wanted to give you an idea of how much money we take in. Of that amount of money, that total amount was $2.3 million. Roughly $865,000 of that, or 37%, is returned somewhere else. Okay, we have a Title 39 split, which goes to the county. We have a number of different funds and supporting monies that get distributed to the state. But I want to let the township and governing body know that not only do you not ask, we try and provide and give you guidance on what we are collecting for budgetary purposes. But no, we don't hear that, and I'm proud of that, and I want to thank you all for that, for working as we should in our separate branch of government where we do work. But I want to let you know that that amount of money is sent somewhere else, and I think the public should know that as well, that that's a considerable amount of funds that is taken and distributed to other places within the state, some supporting the municipal courts, but a lot of them are funds. And certainly at a later time, I can always provide information on where those monies are distributed, but I think it was important to say it based upon the statewide trend in which I think the public is saying here, the townships are just in this for the money. And I think here in Maplewood and South Orange, you don't ask for that, you demand better, and you've asked for more. And I think we work extremely hard to try and do that and return a different product for you. So I thank you for your support in that. I think my staff does, and I think the paraprofessional employees do the same. Touching on operating expenses, we have not asked for any increases. I think the budget that we do have does sustain them supports. I have a letter I can distribute it to you from the municipal division and the assignment judge supporting our budget. And if you want to look as far as any details in there, due to our increased filings, we have an increase in postage. That's the only item that I saw really tick up. We have a decrease in printing due to e-tickets. One of the items we used to purchase in the old days was tickets which were printed, we then distribute to the officers. Now with the inception of e-ticketing, that is now, that cost has gone away for the court. In fact, it may make sense for us to return some of that cost back to the police, who is now sustaining the e-tickets cost for implementation. So you're aware of that. We did have a slight increase in office equipment maintenance. Last year, our capital request, and you supported this request, was to update our desktops, which were aging. They were about 5 years old, 6 years old. We did support that. In the middle of that, we had an emergent request for a network switch that went down. I thank the administration. Based on the fact that occurred, we took from the capital, we were able to obtain a new network switch. But then we had to look for someone else to try and get the desktops operated. We were able to achieve that, and that was through the assistance of the finance office. And I'm happy to say those have been acquired. They have not been rolled out. But that's currently happening, as we speak. We are not asking for any salary or merit-based increases. I know we don't discuss that here. But I would want to say thank the township committee and the administration for the support over the last few years. We have asked, and you have supported us in our request in some form or fashion, and that is greatly appreciated. Just an update on staffing changes. The Honorable Clyde Otis, he has now completed his first year. I'm happy to say he's doing well. We had some issues. We changed our schedule for the share court. We've reduced a few evening sessions and moved them to Thursdays. While we've actually reduced days of court, we've actually increased our sessions. We took 2 Monday evening sessions, shifted them to Thursdays, and on Thursdays we're now doing at 9:30 a.m. and at 3 o'clock p.m. So with less days in court, we're actually achieving more sessions, certainly for operation purposes. I would mention Karen Palladino, former violations clerk. She has left. She has transitioned on to an elevated position in another court. We wish her well. She was a hire that was brought on when we started the shared court. So I certainly want to take time to acknowledge her efforts and her commitment to the town. We've now hired a new violations clerk. Her name is Brianna Alarcon, recent graduate of Rutgers. She's bilingual. And so far, she's shown to be a dedicated employee, and she really fits, in my opinion, the Chair Court's diverse makeup, which I think meets the demands of the public that we're serving. Finally, I'll mention our Maplewood's public defender, Dennis Cleary. Last year, he was appointed to South Orange as their public defender. I'd like to tip my cap to South Orange for recognizing, his experience, his service to Maplewood, and how they could benefit from it, and the synergy. We were able to transition very quickly to have him come on board in South Orange Municipal Court, so I thank them for that. I've touched on some of our technology highlights, but just to mention a few others. We talked about the network switch. We talked about desktop replacements. We have a new antivirus and disaster recovery installation for desktops, including backup. This is one of the measures we took as a result of the ransomware incident that took place in the police department. The question being is, should that happen, how quickly can we get it back up and running? By obtaining this, we're able to now have that and back up immediately, so there really should be no loss in time for our staff and workmen. That was a recommendation from IT. What I also want to expand upon is our request for dismissal project that we've had. We've received in the last year 1,800 requests for dismissals. It's 1,800 filings where defendants for parking summonses would not necessarily actually have to come into our court in order to contest the summons. I'm very proud of that. I tip my cap to Annette DePalma. She was really the genesis of that idea, that concept. And I think it works out fantastic. And I think the state, I'll get to that in a minute, I really think they're looking to do that, which is push out services to the public online without actually having to take a day off of work, lose time with their children, their family, and actually handle something online as opposed to appearing in court. That's an average of about 35 filings per week. We've discussed in my office other options which may be available, such as accepting not guilty pleas online as an option. Another option is request for payment plan adjustments without appearing in court. In other words, you're struggling with monies, a lot of times you're required to come into court to make that request before a judge. Why not do that online? Again, let's not keep people from being away from their job or their family and allow them access. Both those items are things that can be handled 24 hours a day, which is nice. I think for the public that we're serving, they're busy, they're working, they're commuting, and sometimes during normal work hours, you can't access government. And our idea is saying, how do we handle this? How do we reach out and how do we be more accessible to the public? After hours is a great solution. And I think it would work well. So I'd like to at least pilot or test those. I think they're easily achievable. The last option is possibly an adjournment request online. That's a little bit more tricky and finicky only because timing. If you have involved persons, officers, other people who are supposed to come into court, get an adjournment request, how do you handle that and manage that? It's just a concept that we're thinking of, but again, we're trying to push services online out to the public, which is, I think, is what the governing body is demanding. I think that what you're looking for is saying, how can we better serve? And that's certainly one of the ideas that we're talking about. As far as reforms, that has been a highlight in municipal courts for the last few years. I was on a municipal court reform committee, Supreme Court reform committee. Madam Prosecutor DePalma, she was also on a working group, more like a feasibility group down in Trenton. We both served, and now I'm actually on a third municipal paperless working group down in Trenton. Of those issues, and I want the governing body to be aware of this, they're discussing equal access and fairness, and what they're talking about is decoupling sentencing practice from municipalities' need for revenue. That's exactly what I discussed earlier on in my opening presentation as to figures. What they really want to control is that the township is not balancing its budget on the back of its municipal court. Again, I'll reassert the fact, I don't think that occurs here. I'm not sure that's what we do. I've never heard that here. And again, I'm proud to say that. They're also talking about judicial independence. They're reviewing and modifying the appointments and reappointment process for judges. Again, what they want to take away is the influence of municipalities on judges, potentially by increasing term limits from 3 to 5 years, also getting input from the state, specifically in the appointment process, as to the experience and whether someone has the credentials to serve as a municipal court judge. Lastly is the administrative justice. There, statewide is, again, discussions on the consolidation of municipal courts to improve efficiency in operations. They're looking at this on the state level. They're considering saying, how can we modify the courts, change services, and what can they do? That goes back to where I just mentioned was the municipal paperless working group. They're talking about an e-summons. We've all discussed this, which is from code enforcement, which they have the technology, it's in place, the ability to turn it on. It'll mimic e-tickets, where there's a number of vendors in the state who will come in and essentially allow a platform for, in this case, code enforcement, as opposed to our officers, to file summonses electronically. I think it's something, that's the technology our township is looking for. We have a high demand on code enforcement in this township, and I believe that's going to be achieved within the next year. So I would say be on the lookout for that. And just to make a point, that would be our last filing that would be converted to electronic. So all filings then in municipal courts, we are currently in a position where in our court, all our filings minus that township ordinance for both courts, Maplewood and South Orange, are electronic. It's a huge efficiency achievement for the operations of the shared court, and how we're able to manage the volume that we sustain at 40,000 filings with only 6 full-time employees. It's important to recognize that. You said be in front of that. It certainly achieved that technology we have, and I think that's how we're able to maintain our operations with the volume of filings that we receive. The one, if I could just transition to my capital, which is the metal detector. Our metal detector request, our metal detector is 11 years old. It was installed in 2008 when we moved into the building. It's aged. It's aged equipment, and the problem becomes, if it goes down, what do we do? Well, that would require our court screeners for people coming in to then wand people or perform a pat-down. I don't think we want that. And based upon the lifespan, I think we're on borrowed time. The one issue I have, and I expressed this to administration only this week, so I apologize for the late notice. Unfortunately, this cannot come out of our budget. If approved, I would ask, I've spoken to Chief Duvall about this, similar. The courts do not want security funds or items for security within the municipal court budget. They think that's more a police budget than it is a municipal court. What they'd ask, if approved, to shift it to the police's budget in order to purchase. I can assist them in that. I have the vendor information and all of that, but I certainly would not want it in my... I've been instructed to remove it from our budget.
This $4,000.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And lifespan is approximately 78 years. We're at 11, so I think we've done well, and I think we've certainly got our money's worth for that. That's what I have. That's our overview. I can certainly expand on additional highlights, but we are, again, the one other item I would mention is, and I'm in discussions with Judge Otis on this, is what are we doing to outreach to the public? And we haven't done this, more specifically to our constituents, and many of our constituents are younger drivers. This township, both communities have a high demand on enforcement. What occurs, we have a lot of pedestrians in the area, and as a result, how do we reach out to these young drivers? One option is to go to Columbia, get in discussion with them, bring in the judge, and I think we're certainly for the young drivers, the teaching method is what to do, what to follow, how to handle driving, and that's driver's education. I think what the reality is, what do you say when someone makes a mistake? You do something wrong, and how do you react? And I think that's what we want to equip our young people with and empower them, is to say, here's how I need to react when I receive a summons. The consequence when you're a young adult or unfortunately juvenile at this point is when driving, you can take a summons and throw it in the back seat.
Yep.
And our goal is really trying to say is, don't let this minor infraction such as a parking ticket or moving violation become more drastic in nature. We want to keep people driving and functioning, be able to get to their jobs and employment without having that loss of license. If you go back to the reform reports from the Supreme Court on the working groups, they talked specifically about that, how snowball effect can occur wherein a single ticket can lead to much more severe penalties, driving while suspended, surcharges. So let's give the knowledge to the youth of the community and try and tell them, here's what you need to do. Read the summons, react.
Mr. Bancroft, I like that idea. I know you mentioned it, Mr. Rose.
Yep.
Retirement party, and I think, although Judge Otis is not here to defend himself, I think putting a few of these meetings on his schedule, you know, with Columbia, and just meet the judge, ask the judge, I think it's a great idea.
I think it's our part, and I think we try and react to the people that are coming through our doors. How do we go past that step in the community and assist the community? And I think there's some value to it. I see a lot of young adults that have come through my doors over at the court in the last 20 years, and some of this knowledge, how do we get out ahead of it, so people are equipped to know what to do and how to handle these issues. So that's certainly something that I would, I'm trying to impress upon the judge that that's something I think we need to achieve and get out there. We've talked about it in the past, but I think Judge Otis is familiar with that. He's run some mentor groups, so I think he'd be perfect fit for it. I'm certainly used a lot of time. I apologize. I don't meet with you all the time.
Right.
There's a lot to
You gotta get everything in.
I run through it, so I'm trying to give you as much information overview that I can give to you. Is there any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
About the, and I don't know if it's a stupid question, it's a techie question, maybe our assistant administrator can weigh in. The SDL that code enforcement currently uses, would that be something that would marry with the new technology you're talking about with code enforcement to the court?
I believe it would. I don't know about vendor specific. My understanding sitting in meetings is the fact that there's a number of different vendors, and I would not be surprised if SDL wasn't aware of the ability to hook into the state system. And that's essentially what they do is they allow them to, they give them a handoff to then create the electronic summons to file with the court. So I'm not positive of that.
Yeah.
Certainly I defer to Glenn, but yes, I think they're one of the vendors that would be.
Well, there is the capability of doing the code enforcement summonses on there, so I believe there's a component to that, so we'll look into it with SDL.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Sonia's referring to is the fact that they can print out probably from SDL in order to do that. The problem is docketing with the court.
Right.
And that's the handoff that the state's willing to offer. Just so you're aware, it's never been offered before. And that's the one piece of filing that has never bridged the gap.
That's a really
I
good
think-
idea, though.
Glenn, you
Great
have
idea.
something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, with what I've been doing with parking enforcement and code enforcement, I think the only limitation is the AOC needs to approve the vendor.
That's it.
And there are many, many vendors that do it. It's just a question of whether the AOC allows us to use them. So,
And today, AOC is not, so that's the hurdle. But from what I understand, the technology
moving that way?
looked into it and they can do it.
Also, the dramatic increase in filings, is there a reason for that you can surmise?
Again, anytime it comes to violence, I'd always defer to the chief of police as far as that increase. We have achieved e-ticketing. There is no more paper. They have paper tickets, but they really put a stress on that in order to file electronically and change in leadership. But other than that, what I would commend is both Maplewood and South Orange officers for adapting to and embracing the technology. Younger workforce, more technology.
Yeah, they don't know how to use paper anyway.
Yeah, you're seeing it. Some officers would say, what's a paper ticket now?
Right.
I mean, that's shocking, but that's the new days. And so everyone files electronically. There's no officer that doesn't.
Okay.
So I do compliment them for embracing the technology.
Any other questions?
Just a couple. I think what we found when we had the review was the motor vehicle filings are up over 90% from Maplewood. So I think it's a function of our traffic enforcement and our emphasis on pedestrian safety. Just two things. One, I think we need to look at the agreement to make sure we're capturing enough from our colleagues in South Orange. Maybe we should put this on the Finance Committee agenda, because when we crafted this, we have an hourly rate, and there's some other rates, but we really haven't changed those rental rates, and we've put in new carpets, and we've put in a lot of different things, so we ought to try to capture some of that back.
Right, and part of the, your request for the security, that will go into our operating expenses. It won't be a capital request.
Okay.
It's under a certain cap, so what we'll do, we'll bill that out as a shared service.
50%.
Right.
Perfect. And the second thing is, listening to you talk about the dismissal process.
Yeah.
I would suggest, Mayor, that maybe you and the court and prosecutor folks write an article for the League magazine. If it sounds like you have some numbers under the belt now, and you have a story to tell. And you can contact Amy at the magazine. I know she would love to have it. They generally like to have a mayor sign on to that, but you guys can write it and he can sign it.
I provided it to the municipal paperless working group. They loved it down in Trenton.
Yeah, but you want to get the municipality magazine.
To the public and try to manage that, and constantly hear it from the public saying, I have to miss a day of work just to contest a parking ticket.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean the prosecutor's going to dismiss it always. And there is a time where, unfortunately, but certainly that first initiative, that first step in trying to assist that, it's been a huge success. It also helps our operations. It's less defendants coming into court per session. So there is an inherent benefit to us as well. But I give both prosecutors, both Prosecutor Palma, Prosecutor Montelis for South Orange, as well as our judges, credit for taking the time. It's extra time for them. They have to come in, they have to review those requests prior to sessions. That's time elected officials and administration will not see, that they come in, they take the time to see it, and the judges review it. The benefit all around, certainly to the public and the defendant, is huge. And people really say, thanks, this is great, I wish everyone did it. So I think we're ahead of our time there. The fact that we've electronically can receive it, it's nice internally. You can assign staff to it operationally and say, here, instead of all of us sending out a form, receiving a form, did we get it, not get it, it's coming in one place. I thank Administration Glenn helped us, as well as our IT services helped us. And so it's a great project for everyone in town to kind of work with. And again, I think that's what you're looking for, is better efficiency to the public and trying to save them time from work.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. Thank you, Ryan. Any more questions?
Nope.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Bancroft.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So, prosecutor community development, anything to say, Mr. Palmer, on the prosecutor side? Yes. All right.
Is that under J also? Hello? Administration, is that under J? Tab? It just says municipal court, and I don't see anything.
Community development.
There is a community development.
I know, but this is prosecutor.
I'm doing the prosecutor.
Prosecutor.
Municipal court.
It's on the same sheet. It's on the same spreadsheet. Yeah,
Good morning,
right
members
at
of
the
the
top.
Township Committee. So,
Good morning, Mr. Paul.
I would, obviously, in my role as prosecutor, I have a different lens and different function within our court system. I'd just like to pick up on what Mr. Bancroft spent some time talking about, the request for dismissal, which I consider to be probably one of the best things I've done as a prosecutor. I didn't realize, though, that we had 1,800. It just seems like it's an endless bunch of files that I'm looking at. The only thing I would mildly disagree with what Mr. Bancroft said, it does take time to review the files, but the way I look at it is that 1,800 fewer people that are in our court and 1,800 fewer conversations and interactions that we have to have because it's just a paper review. Yeah. It's extremely efficient. I'm very proud of having done it, and there are many courts throughout the state that have also started doing it as a best practice, so I'm really glad about that. With respect to, my function as prosecutor, it's been good for Maplewood and for our court that I was the president of the New Jersey State Municipal Prosecutors Association for 3 years, and I just stepped down from that in the summer of 2019, and was appointed by the Attorney General to be on the marijuana prosecution subcommittee, which then morphed into a standing subcommittee on working group for municipal prosecutors. I was appointed by the Chief Justice to be on the Municipal Court Reform Committee, which issued a report in August, and am delighted to report that a lot of the best practices, trends, and attitudes about how prosecutors should function and the considerations that are relevant to successful trials and or plea agreements, we had already been implementing in our court. So we really have been ahead of the curve in that sense. There's something that I feel very strongly about, which the committee reported out, and that is a trend toward regionalizing the municipal courts in some way, or doing shared service agreements that involve multiple municipalities. And I will tell anyone who is interested in hearing that I think that while efficiency is certainly something to strive for, that shared services for their own sake are not always wise. And I think it comes from having practiced in our municipal court for a number of years. I believe that municipal courts are part of a local fabric of a community, notwithstanding the whole rural issues and the appointment process. The appointment process, from what I could tell, would always be the same. It just depends on who's doing the appointing. So only the players would change. But a municipal court is part of the fabric of a local community. Every community has its own, distinct issues, and in my opinion, should be responded to on a local level that reflect community needs, just as any other department that is run within a community. So, for example, if you come to our court, certain classes of cases are given priority or in line with enforcement that local residents want. If you go to another county, the priorities are different. So while uniformity is being touted as something to strive for, I don't think it's realistic, and I don't think it serves the municipalities. Everybody knows somebody that's been to municipal court for something. Very few people know someone who's been to federal court. But municipal court is what most people see as the law, and their experiences in municipal court not only impact their attitude about the legal system, but also about enforcement.
Absolutely.
Police, public safety, code enforcement. And I would just urge you as elected officials to keep in mind, because the pressure will be coming from down the line, to do a further consolidation, that I am convinced that it does actually not benefit our community. And then there are the more logistical things, like having a court that is outside the community and with all the attention to people not having the means to travel. A lot of it just doesn't make sense.
I think we already have a court that's pretty efficient. I mean, it doesn't seem like we're overstaffed or we have a lot of empty hours.
No, our court works great.
Yeah.
It really does. Each of the components of our court works great. So that's my wrap on the municipal court and its future, and I'm actually I'm on a CLE panel next week at the New Jersey Law Center with the judge who was the chair of my committee, and we have an ongoing conversation, which is very interesting. I would like to, just a couple of quick things. I would also like to support Mr. Bancroft's suggestion about a public campaign, especially for new drivers, and not only new drivers, but, young people who just mix it up generally. I have them captive in my office, and I can always do what I call the prosecutor/mom rap. This is what you need to do if you see pedestrians and they look like they're even thinking about preparing to commence to begin crossing the street, stop your car. Don't touch your foolish electronic device.
If only we can get adults to do that. Yeah, adult drivers.
That would be nice too.
Yeah.
But I agree that maybe doing some further outreach, both through our website and in the schools, would be a very good idea. And lastly, I had a pilot project that I started, I think, 6 or 7 years ago. We have a community service program that's administered by the county. And again, it's in line with some of the Supreme Court and AG recommendations for, handling matters in court. And it seemed like it was something of, if not a black hole, that may seem a little harsh, but it was not anything that we could actually keep track of. So, for example, I would refer someone to community service in lieu of fines, and depending on the circumstances. And then we really had no way to track what happened as a result from that. So we brought it to Maplewood, and I had worked out with a couple of department heads certain matters. That has fallen away in the last few years, and I would like to reinstitute that as a community service.
So, are you done?
I am.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Mr.
I
Luke.
just want to push back on the shared services. I know that's your opinion, but that hasn't been the opinion of the township.
I know, that's my
Okay,
opinion.
and, there structurally is a problem. Whatever comes out of Trenton, the major problem is how you appoint the judges. And in a joint court, it's the governor who appoints the judges, and the governor and the senators from that district control that process, and locals are cut out altogether. But unless that gets solved, and that has to get solved through a constitutional amendment, unless that gets solved, shared services is the only way to go, because if you're going to consolidate, because you have local jurisdiction of appointment. The problem is, and our difficulty is, we run 2 sets of books and 2 sets of courts. But I do think, we've talked before about the possibility of Milburn joining us, and I think there is some sense in looking at some consolidation. Additionally, while local is good, there is a disparity of approaches from county to county here and how they administer justice. And it's been proven that if you're African American or a person of color, you're treated differently in some counties in the state than not. And some of that has to do with the local culture and local traditions of those counties. So I think maybe having more regional or more urban, suburban courts might help in cutting down some of that different treatment.
Thank you, Mr. Luca. Any other questions for Mr. Palmer? No. Okay. Well, don't go anywhere. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
we're going to just...
Different sheet of paper.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Bancroft, thank you so much for your time. You are free to enjoy the rest of your Saturday. If you don't do so, please. And thank you for all your work and for your efforts. You run a tight ship, and we appreciate that. And I will follow up with you regarding the comment Mr. Lucas said about getting some more exposure to the work that you're doing. Thank you, sir. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now hear the narrative regarding community development. Mr. Palmer.
Okay. So, as you know, the Department of Community Development was, expanded under the reorganization that was effective January 1st of 2019, and it now incorporates what used to be loosely called the Building Department. So under the Department of Community Development are the divisions construction, zoning, property maintenance. Additionally, the Department of Community Development includes its director, which is me, doing grant writing and initiating and facilitating. Okay. Is that on? Special projects and initiatives for the township, which sometimes involve multiple municipalities. And it has been an absolutely great year, and I am delighted to be the head of this department and work with our staff and try to figure out how to make all of the functions within the department that were existing work more smoothly, and how to create not just greater efficiencies, but more cohesion between the functions upstairs, building, zoning, construction, property maintenance, and other departments, particularly health, engineering, and the like. I should also add that part of what the community development department does also is work with developing new businesses and other development projects. So it's been a very fruitful year, I think, and although we've been able to accomplish quite a bit in this first year, what I realize is that there's so much more that can be done, and it's actually very exciting. So just a couple of things that are new is the department, we have now come into compliance with the DCA regulations, which require accounting for construction that does not fall under the UCC. What does that mean? That means projects that involve our local zoning law that are not necessarily regulated by the Uniform Construction Code. So we have a zoning review process, and we try to keep things separate. So we were not even aware that we were out of compliance with DCA. As it turns out, there are very few municipalities that are. So you kind of have to dig deep to figure out how to get those procedures in motion. The zoning review process, though, not only accomplishes that kind of, institutional function, but additionally, when people come in, especially in the context of new businesses and applications for, for permits, it really gives us the opportunity to get the pulse of which businesses are coming in and where they're going, and to work with the new business owner and make sure they get to the right SID. Most of them are in Special Improvement District, either Springfield Avenue Partnership or the Village. So it also functions as a good way to have a better overview from the department's perspective of what's going on where. We've established new procedures for CCU inspections and certificates of approval. One thing that we did was we have a vacant property ordinance on the books. So the purpose of having vacant properties be registered is that, and it occurs in a couple of different situations. Foreclosures where the owner has vacated, or in the case of property that's being flipped for purposes of renovation. Excuse me. It lets us keep better track of which properties are vacant, who the responsible party is, and gives us a better way to ensure that the properties are maintained during their vacancy. So we outsourced this function to a vendor, and it has worked out incredibly well. You know, they take a cut, a small cut actually, and since July, when the contract went into effect, the township has brought in about $72,000 in vacant property registrations.
That's excellent.
Yeah, and that's something that was very difficult for us to do. But again, it's a good function to outsource because it's very discreet. Okay. My department has also been responsible for supervising, putting together the Sustainable Essex Alliance Energy Aggregation Program with 4 other municipalities. We've overseen the plastic bag ordinance, and our ongoing project to close out long-standing permits is going very well. We've closed out over 600 permits from years past, some open for as long as 15 years. And we have 1 permit outstanding left for a municipally owned building. So our goal to get all of those closed out has been reached. In terms of plans for 2020, again, a couple of things. On SDL, I'm still trying to figure out the best way to customize the construction and the property maintenance functions so that it's easier for us to use internally and also easier for the public to access. And we have had the public residents put in complaints, questions more frequently, so I think word is getting out there that that's an efficient way to work with the township. I am in the process of writing some departmental guidelines with respect to the different functions, just so it's understood what functions have to be accomplished and in what order in each of the divisions, just to kind of make things a little bit more clear and cohesive. One of the big projects that we'll be embarking on this year is with our construction division. We will be reviewing the school district's plans for the additions and renovations. It's a 2-phase project. The first includes all of the elementary schools. The second, and that's going to start in, at this point, we think March of this year, so shortly. And phase 2 will be the middle schools, Columbia High School, and the fields. We are in the middle of negotiating with the school district for exactly which buildings we will do. Originally, Maplewood was going to have responsibility. The way it works, basically, is that a school district can either have DCA do the construction review or go to not only the municipalities in which the buildings sit, but when I read the regs, they can actually ask any municipality to do it, but they've asked us. We're a Class 1 construction division. So we don't know exactly the extent of what that will involve, but we're very excited
Yes.
about the project.
We are as well.
When you say it's going to start in March, you're talking about the review.
The construction review,
Right, the
yes.
construction's not going to happen until 2021.
No, actually, work is going to start at the end of this school year. At least that's what's planned. So in June for the elementary buildings. And, you know, obviously they are doing it in a way to cause the least disruption. So whatever's going to cause the most noise and inconvenience, they're going to try to get it all done in the summer.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Any questions regarding her expenses, operating expenses at all?
I have two, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Palmer, just two questions in looking at the budget for 2020, and both are areas where we're recommending basically a double in the expenditure, and I just wanted to inquire about that. The first is on inspector salaries.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's actually one where it looks like you requested 30 and the administrator is recommending 60.
Yes.
And I just wanted to know, is that adding personnel? Is that a shared service issue? What is the reason why we would go from spending, I guess, $29,000 last year to $60,000 this year?
Okay. First, the line item that you're looking at is not the shared service one, it's just for Maplewood's functions. And so I requested 30, it was impossible for me, at least, to figure out how much additional service we'd need for inspections. And it's, first I should say that it is based almost exclusively on what we are projecting we'll need to do the construction review. I requested $30,000. Ms. Alves-Viveros, in her wisdom, has doubled that, and I think probably the $60,000 is more realistic.
So would this really be hiring an additional person to do the inspection?
Well, the way we have inspectors, we have 4 full-time inspectors for Maplewood, for, you know, electric, subco, building, fire. We also have employment relationships with fill-ins. So we have inspectors with particular expertise that we call in when we need them. So again, to the extent that our inspectors, obviously we'll start with using our inspectors to do any additional work from the school project. But we do have a cadre of fill-in inspectors that we've used before for other projects.
Okay, so
that's what that represents.
So the additional 30,000 would mostly be going to these fill-in inspectors?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So we're not hiring an additional township employee?
We don't need to hire anyone.
Okay.
We're fully staffed on
Gotcha.
paper.
Ms. Adams?
I was just going to say, so we're getting paid for those inspections, I'm assuming, by the school district?
No, what we're getting paid for is there are 2 separate functions that my department will be involved with on the school project. One is doing the construction review,
Right.
and one is then doing the permits and the inspections. The construction review, we will be getting paid for because the regulations allow for it. However, school buildings are exempt from permit fees. So we will not be getting paid for issuing permits. Thank you.
Mr. Dafford?
Yes, I wanted to ask Mr. Palmer to speak further about this line item request as it relates to other areas where we feel that we have a shortfall in terms of inspections. For instance, our rental registrations, which we've been really trying very hard to get on top of. Can you speak to that, Mr. Palmer?
Yeah, it's actually, the rental registrations is not really part of this fill-in inspection. Rental registration inspections are done by property maintenance, by the code inspectors. And that's kind of part of the routine job of a code inspector. We do have, and we are now restored, the Property Maintenance Division is now restored to 4 full-time code inspectors. We had 3.5 last year, 3.5. We now have 4, so we're hoping that we can actually do a greater percentage of the rental registration forms. But did I answer your question?
You did. So this request only relates to the upcoming school district review.
Yes, which is not to say that we can't use part of this budget if, for example, we have, a big project that we didn't anticipate. But it is for construction inspections.
Got it. Thank you for that.
Mr. Limerick, did you want to finish?
I did. I had one other question, and that was actually on SDL.
Yes.
So if you go down, I have it as
Yeah, I got it.
Yep, 197-207.
Yep.
And that's another one where we're doubling this year from approximately 18,000 last year to 36,000 this year. And I think you talked about some of what you want to do with SDL. And I'm just wondering, are we looking at 36,000 likely becoming sort of the new normal, or are we looking at 36,000 sort of being an extraordinary expense for this year to do certain special things and then sort of going back down? Maybe there's more a question for Ms. Averos, but where do we see sort of the SDL cost trending going forward?
What we did was increase this line item to represent the entire township. So these are for all of the licenses, and that's going to include DPW, Health Division. So that's why you see an increase here. Otherwise, it would have been broken down in other budgets, but it would be prudent to say that it belongs in just one.
Okay, so the 18,000 we had in community development last year, were we spending additional money elsewhere? Like, it was in other departments' budgets?
No, because we are adding the Health Division and we're adding DPW, so those are not reflecting.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's really not that community development is spending that much more on SDL this coming year. It's that it's sort of absorbing license costs from adding other departments. Correct.
There was an increase in the pricing, and from what I understand, it could potentially be a little bit lower than the 36,000, just because once you reach a certain number, group number, there is a better discount. So we'll get a more real number on that, just to double check. But this is reflected with all of the departments in the township.
Okay, but in terms of what to anticipate going forward, you would expect that the number going forward, unless we were to substantially increase or decrease our usage, our licenses, that we're looking at going forward being closer to the 36 than the 18?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Adams?
Yeah, can we go back to the permits? I understand the school buildings are exempt from permit fees. Why, it's a joint school system, so is Maplewood absorbing the entire cost for these permit fees, or is it, I would think the public wouldn't really like that, so I want it clarified because that wasn't talked about.
So Maplewood will either, depending on how things shake out, again, we're still having conversations. The issue is that, the reason it's an issue at all is because South Orange does not have its construction official, and its construction department doesn't have Class 1 certification, which is required by the DCA. So Maplewood is going to be doing either all of the buildings, depending on what happens on the South Orange end, or only its own. That's for construction review. Again, there are two, maybe I wasn't clear before.
I'm more talking about the inspections.
Okay. But in terms of the inspections, each municipality, South Orange and Maplewood, will be responsible only for inspections within their own territory.
Okay.
Regardless of who does the construction plans.
Right, so we probably bear a little bit more because we have Columbia High School.
Right.
Versus, each town has a
Although that's not this year, right?
Well, but also, but we also have more, we have a higher population, we have more
Yeah.
But in terms of the permitting though, I mean, the construction review, whatever we do, whatever buildings we wind up doing in whatever
Okay,
towns.
I just wanted it
that's
clarified because it looked like.
Well, I
we were
just want to
been-
answer Mr. Lundberg's question. So, that's going to be kind of front-loaded in the project. I mean, this is a multi-year project.
Sure.
So whatever cost we have to absorb from the permits is going to be spread over the period of, 4 years, 5 years, however long the construction and renovation takes. So construction review was front-loaded, I would say, 12 to 14 months into the project, and the permitting is going to, and the inspections related to that are going to go on.
And maybe this is an obvious answer to my question, but in terms of those costs, though, in terms of the ultimate people paying the costs, being our residents, whether we were charging the school district or whether we were doing it, without a fee to the school district, I mean, ultimately, it's going to be the residents of the two towns that would be either paying or not paying, absorbing the cost one way or the other, right?
Well, it's regardless, I mean, whoever does the construction review, I mean, those are costs that we residents are going to be paying. It's just a question of where they go.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yeah, I'm still a little unclear about these two line items, the 195-101 and 195-103.
195.
If you total them up, it's $90,000.
101 and 103?
Yeah. And our 2019 appropriation, the total was $30,000. Now, one's a school inspection, so I understand that, but I'm still not clear about the 101, why?
Oh, because I think you have to look at the aggregate. The total increase requested is 60,000. I think it's just an issue of where the line goes. I mean, inspector salaries, either we are going to be giving the work to our regular inspectors, or we're going to be hiring, I shouldn't say hiring, we're going to be drawing in from our fill-in pool.
Right, but you already have that accounted for in 103.
Agreed.
Right.
So I always say, look, we don't need to deal with this now, but I think you need to look at this. Your whole budget's going up about $100,000, and most of it is in that line.
It's going up $60,000, and
From 560 to 656.
560 to 6. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong.
Actually, 552 to 656.
So most of it is in those three lines that we've been talking about: 101, 103, and the SDL is 207.
Projected revenue.
So if you just take a look at that. And then I guess the other question is, I understand you put the whole town in 207 here, but why would you do that? Why would you not put that into your budget as IT services? Because it sort of skews the community development budget to have other departments charged to this line.
It's actually not an uncommon practice for us, Mayor. An example would be our admin's licensing is all charged to finance, despite the fact that we've got various different departments that are using admins in order to either input revenue or check their budgets.
Right.
It just makes it easier from a bill-paying perspective to get one invoice and pay it from one.
No, I understand that. I'm just suggesting maybe it should be in your department as opposed to
In
community
administration.
development. Right, why her invoice go to your invoice?
Lift out all our licenses.
Right, if you're using Edmonds as the
makes more
example,
sense.
do the same example with SDL, just put it same model.
So then IT would wind up having a line item for admins, a line item for SDL, a line item for whatever else.
Yeah.
Correct.
I think that's better.
We have a software maintenance line, so we'll add it to that.
Okay.
Just make sure it's pulled out so we can see it.
Because you shouldn't be charged for the whole town.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Yeah, right.
And just to follow Mr. Lucas' point, so are we, Ms. Rivera, anticipating on inspector salaries and fill-in inspectors versus last year of spending about and the actual was under 30, are we looking at going to 60 or are we looking at going to 90? Are we looking at doubling or are we looking to tripling? Because I understood from Mr. Palma that, we'd be looking at doubling, and that's why we sort of did it in 101, but Mr. DeLuca's point that, it's there in 103, we're going from, a $2,000 appropriation and zero actual to 30,000 with the note being school inspections. So yeah, I think that's something that, because I think I'd want to hear maybe a little bit more and follow more closely on these school inspections if it's going to be 60 versus 30, doubling versus tripling, or tripling versus doubling.
Before you even answer that question, since we're on inspections, I was going to wait till it was done, but my comments were also related to inspections, salaries went up, and line items 196-101 and 197-101. So when you actually look at the whole database, you have an increase of 11,000 for 196-101, an increase of 12.5 thousand for 197-101, in addition to what Mr. DeLuca said, and of course the one that Mr. Lindbergh pointed out, which is 195-101. So collectively, right there, you're looking at 41, about $55,000.
Right, which is over half.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all segmented amongst these inspection salary increases.
Well,
You can just look.
I think you should just
I'm
come
going to get
back.
back to you on the 195-101 with regard to that increase.
Yeah, we didn't do it this way when we met
No.
in code, so I'm confused. Yeah.
The numbers, I don't recall discussing this number, so I'll have to get back to you.
Just come back.
And also, if we appropriate the money and don't spend it, of course, then, but then the problem is, it takes us a while to then recoup it, and we're taxing people this year for money that we may not be spending.
Correct. Yeah. Any additional questions?
I do have one in the personnel request. Are we going to deal with that?
The zoning. Right, the zoning, but not the...
the new ones.
Right.
Can you talk about, you've made a request for a new zoning officer. Could you talk about what that person's responsibility will be?
Yes. As it stands right now, the zoning officer that we hope to be hiring sometime in the next couple of months will be responsible only for commercial zoning. That is the applications from businesses and developments. That the construction official will continue to do residential zoning associated with things, again, like fences, pools, staircases, etc., at residences. So it relates only to reviewing existing or incoming business entities.
Why is that? Why are you separating out residential zoning issues instead of the zoning officer doing all zoning?
Well, because it just, as a practical matter, it makes more sense as a function. I mean, someone's going to come in and, get a permit to put in a fence, let's say. And in order to do that, it's not a UCC project. So our construction official would just be reviewing, the little survey, the plan, and that's part of an application that's done just for a little permit. That's different than...
Right, but it's still zoning. It's all zoning. Like whether they're checking to see whether or not they need a variance for a fence or whether or not it's other zoning for commercial. So why would we hire somebody to do half the job? Every zoning officer I've ever worked with has done all those things.
Well, I think just based on the way the inflow and outflow in my department, that it makes more sense to work that way. Additionally, the person that we will be hiring is going to be a very part-time employee and in fact may do much of it remotely. And I think it would slow down granting permits for things that are done really routinely, like somebody coming in for a fence or, anything that is related to the issuance of a construction permit.
Right, and we are on Tuesday night in our forthcoming public session.
know.
Will be a second reading of an ordinance that would separate the construction official from the zoning officer.
That I totally agree with, and I understand. I didn't know that you were separating residential zoning from commercial zoning. I wasn't clear on
Only
that.
because I think it makes sense. First of all, it will reduce the cost of having to hire someone to do the residential zoning applications when we have someone that's perfectly capable of doing it and
Okay.
does it within the ambit of their job anyway, and that's our current construction official. So, you know, we're trying to make the function of the zoning officer that we're going to hire very discreet.
Streamline.
Streamlined, discreet, less expensive.
Okay.
So if I come in and I fill out a zoning review, we're still going to have the ability to do a 10-day response and things like that?
I'm sorry, the ability
If
to
I come
what?
in and fill out a zoning review, are we still going to have the same ability to respond in 10 days?
Oh,
under
yes.
Under this system?
Yes. We'll make sure that happens.
So we're not going to be changing, I mean, because with a part-time person, they're just going to be there less. With a full-time person, you have the ability to pick up stuff as it
Unless
comes in.
it's just going to be
Yeah, I
on
don't-
demand per application.
I don't anticipate having to change that process at all. The person we hire is going to have to adapt to what our ordinance requires, which is a response in 10 days, and I'll make sure that happens.
Any other questions for Mr. Palmer?
Nope.
All right, seeing no more questions, thank you for your time. Our two takeaways are inspection salary revision and also shifting the SDL line out of your budget. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
Next is Maplewood Village Alliance. I see they're all here. Good morning.
Thank you very
Please
much.
come forward.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
Mr.
Mr.
Palmer.
We need some more chairs.
We're going to need a bigger boat.
Yes.
While we're transitioning, do we get any questions for Ask the TC yet? Any questions, Glenn? No questions, okay, thank you. There you go.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning, all.
Good morning. So what we've been doing is just asking for a narrative, just the highlights, top 3 highlights of 2019, and then your vision or mission, if you will, for 2020. Then we'll go through your budget, have a Q&A, and that'll be it. So,
All right.
Ms. Davenport or Ms. Yeoman, please.
Okay, so 2019 in review, and I have Ellen Davenport with me today because John James could not be here. Thank you, Ellen. So 2019 in review, good year. New pavers, thank you, thank you, thank you. They look amazing, We're getting great feedback. It makes a huge difference. I'm in my second year here, completing my second year, and I continue to learn something new every day, and did all last year, and really did a lot of merchant relationship building, and our events and village-wide initiatives. 2019 also brought, thank you, the final copy of the DCA report, so that was huge, and we're really looking forward to working on that in 2020. Our events, Girls Night Out, even, we had to cancel it twice in June, did it in November, still a great event, people love it. Art Walk was bigger than ever, 50 artists participated this year, which was a record. 20 of the merchants participated, also a record, which was good, because it's really for them, so I like to get them out. I think the key there was to eliminate all the other fanfare and vendors and just focus on the art and the merchants, and so I'm going to keep that model going forward. Dickens Village, always a hit. Did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Mayor Davenport, for Dickens
2019?
Village.
That's right.
The Santa Claus is going to be more next year. We did Pride in the Plaza, and this time, that was based on the DCA report of placemaking. And I did one in June, and I did a band, and it was in Rickleton Square, and I also did a collection for LGBTQ homeless, and I got tons and tons of stuff that I delivered to Newark, which was fantastic. The sidewalk sale, small promotion, but keeps on ticking in August, gives us something to talk about, keeps the things vibrant when the town is sort of quiet. Parking, parking, our favorite P word. It continues to be a challenge, but we are working on it. And we worked with Danny Gerasi, Marketing and Branding, on creating the new village map, which opened up the perimeter of the village to make Donnell and the underutilized parking more of a focus. And on piggybacking on that, I put thank you notes on cars for parking in the underutilized areas, and sometimes left a little $10 gift certificate from Words or $165 or something, to keep promoting Donnell and by the middle school and by the library. Then we're also started on work on a Walk More, Drive Less video, which will continue in the spring. Yes, get ready for that, guys. I just had a meeting.
I forgot, oh my God. Maybe we should.
We haven't forgotten.
Can not have that released. Yeah, okay.
And then other ideas with parking, we were waiting for the DCA report. A lot landed on the shoulders of that DCA report. The facade grants, we gave out $5,000, and so far it's been a total of $98,000 to merchants and property owners. And there were a lot of applications because there was a lot of stuff going on in the village this year.
Is there a push by MBA to, because there are several buildings that look kind of tired in the village that could use even as little as, power washing?
Yes.
To
part of our 2020 initiative is to up it so that it incentivizes people to do just that.
Yeah, and then make sure they know about it.
Yeah.
Power washing.
There's a few notable ones.
I mean, it's
use
simple,
I know, the buildings are gorgeous, you just need a power wash. For marketing, social media continues to really grow significantly, so that's my main artery of communication. Instagram, when I first took over, had just over 600 followers, and now we're at 2962. So that makes me very happy, and I get a lot of feedback on that. Also, Facebook continues to be a great vehicle.
Do you do boosts?
Sometimes, if it's something significant, yeah. The new resident package program. So I have these merchant meetings that I started in 2019, which are actually very good, and I get tons of really constructive feedback from the merchants. And I started this new resident package program, so all the merchants give me stuff to put in them, and then I go through every month and see the local homes and that were bought and sold, and I deliver a package to each single one. I tried working with the realtors, but they said it's probably better if you do it because there's too much going on for them, so that's what I do. But I have gotten some of the coupons and feedback from residents, so I'll continue to do it. So then economic development, 9 new businesses in 2019.
Yep.
So that was great. We had City Workshop, which is fantastic. They're the loveliest people. Relic Vintage, Baker Street Market. Anyone hasn't been, go. Luna Stella open, Ani Ramen Inspired Garden, which is upstairs, and Maker and Muse underwent a whole new branding, so there's a lot going on there. We had facade grant renovations. I worked with them on all the awnings and ribbon cuttings and all that good stuff. And then the 104 Baker Street, we put together our expanded design review committee to work with the architects and developers of 104 Baker, the old Toomeys, and took about 5 months, several public meetings. We made lots of recommendations, but they were very good to work with. They listened to us, and the result was a nice design that would fit in and work well on Baker Street, which should break ground maybe summer, they're hoping. And then we also worked with the buyer and developer of 9 Highland Place, but that's sort of static right now. And then miscellaneous, we're doing a lot of work on changing up the board. So we introduced 3 new board members, Amy Howlett,
who's also a resident and a local business owner, Micah Brackman, who owns a paper hat, and Elisa Gardenhire, who's a resident of Maplewood, but she owns a business in South Orange, so a nice diverse group of voices. We're also working more closely, started working more closely with the building department.
She left.
And it's, the process is really helping, because I get to know before anything happens, which wasn't always the case. And then also worth mentioning was the loss of a very talented and active merchant, Tara O'Leary. Yes. She passed in October.
Thank you for your good report. Great report. Thank you. Mayor Davenport, anything to add? We have anything to add?
No, I think that Jeff has sufficiently summed it all up, and we worked very hard on all things.
Yeah, I want to thank you guys for, maybe we learned from the Claris project, but to be on the forefront and proactive with the design committee for 104, try to, and that's a arduous, nothing more fun than design by committee, as we all know, so, but I just want to thank the MBI for their work for that.
The brick pavers really have been a shot in the arm to the whole village, and I think that what it will do is it will rise for building owners and businesses
Right.
to improve the facility.
Yes.
Yeah.
And one of the things that Village Alliance has been discussing is also continuing that improvement with the enhancements to Rickleton and to all the green areas, with all the brick, the green spots are really important. And that's the maintenance of it, but I think we can improve things to that extent. It does spur the building of businesses to really work hard.
Yeah, it really shows off how bad their building looks.
Thank you for that, Mayor Davenport. And I would agree with that. I actually got a correspondence from Mr. Palmer, who I guess had donated a bench years back, and he's willing to take his bench, which is on Baker, and have it refurnished so that it can have a little more zest to it. So that's what we need. Yes. So thank you for that. Shall we go ahead and look at the budget?
2020? Sure.
Yes.
Again, this is the big year with the DCA report. Thank you for that. So with that in hand, this will be the year of focusing with the TC on planning and implementation of their recommendations. So I'm really excited about all that. And we're going to make the village a smart village. So I'm really, it's going to be vital and vibrant and accessible, and it's going to be great. I already know it. Development projects, we'll be working with 104 Baker, which will hopefully get underway in the summer. And it's only 1,800 square feet of space with 1,800 square feet of retail on just a quarter-acre plot. So it'll be a nice, unique project, and I'm looking forward to working on all that. There is a lease being negotiated for 171 Maplewood Avenue, the old stationers. And I heard other rumors as of 2 nights ago, so that remains to be seen.
You heard something different?
I'm confident it is,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
And then Dr. Dabrowski, who was here 45 years, is no longer in Maplewood. He's still with us, though. So his space is open, and there is a lease signed on that as well.
Yeah, I knew that.
So I can almost positively say we're 100% occupancy.
Excellent.
That's my story.
Parking, with the final DCA report, we'll be working with the Township Committee to the next steps toward that, because that's a much bigger piece of the pie to bite off than just say, hey, this is what we're going to be doing. So we'll be working closely with you all on getting that running. Beautification, once the paver project really went underway, we sort of took a pause on that. But now that they're done, we really want to ramp that up. So thank you. I thought I was loud enough. So we're going to start with the parking lot entrances, which, if you really look, could use a little TLC. And it's the entranceway to our visitors and all that stuff. So we think that that's an important place to start. So Aileen Binder has drawn up a bunch of plans, and we have a new committee going, so we're hoping to get that underway very soon. We of course, have to do fundraising efforts, and I do have a great plan for a fundraiser, but Details cannot be shared as of yet.
Oh, exciting.
Then events, promotions, and marketing. We have Black History Month coming up, and that was the brainchild of Ellen, and merchants are really excited about it, where we had to increase our number of featured notable people of color throughout history, locally and nationally. Walk of Heroes. Yep.
I love that, yeah.
I have to say, I'm really surprised we have merchant support. It's surprising, because usually they don't get to be at their window space, as you know. And I think we have a good number of heroes, but there are all disciplines, stage to music to politics. Who would say that?
Beautiful. That's terrific.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mayor.
it's going to be good. Women's History Month, we are celebrating 100 years of our women's right to vote, so it's going to be a year-long celebration. Thank you, Nancy. So we're working with the other SIDS on that whole celebration of events all throughout the year. Girls' Night Out, I'm going to do 2 this year because they're so well attended and loved. So I'll do one in May or June and the other one in the fall again.
Maybe one of those could focus on women's rights.
That's
A little
great
bit of
idea.
a twist on it for this year?
Yeah,
Just a
that's good
suggestion?
idea. You'll be
Or
hearing
both of
from me. Pride Month, several merchants already have told me they want to get involved and do more, so that's always a fun month. All the merchants just sort of fly their flags, and it looks amazing walking down the avenue, and we'll be doing other events around that also. Art Walk. You know, when I first got here, I thought 2 years ago, this event has to change, but I will say that we tweaked it a little, and it's a fantastic event. And we have artists now from Boston, one came from Minnesota or something. I was like, okay, come on. So it's really, really gaining in popularity, and the artists know about it now. Plaza Night, I'm going to do at least 3, probably skip dead of winter, but people like those, the tables and chairs, little music, always does a nice invite. And then, of course, Dickens Village and Rosetta and Ellen have worked tirelessly and continue to. They're already working on 2020, so I leave that to you.
And I'd like to add one. We had a census meeting last Thursday night, and one thing came up is to get the SIDS more involved with the census as it really kicks off, March 12th with the letter email going out to millions and millions of people, and so we need to incorporate that into the SID as well.
And I'll report more details at our next meeting as your liaison
great.
about that, yeah.
Website, I've formed a little committee. It doesn't need to be changed entirely, but it does need some tweaking, so I have a little website committee to create updates, and I'm going to have someone do all that for us so that we're 100% current. And then just usual administrative and maintenance programs. My regular merchant meetings, I absolutely adore those. I get a lot of good feedback. At least 12, 15 merchants at each one, and they're held early in the morning, so I appreciate everybody coming out, and it's a nice way to hear their voices. Sometimes there's pains, sometimes there's celebrations, it's all good, and it's interesting to me that a lot of the merchants didn't know each other, so I'm trying to get that as a community of merchants. And we're also still looking at the term limits and governance rules of the board, and we'll be continuing to change things up on that respect.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions regarding the budget? We did receive a letter regarding a request to do a 20% increase for the assessment. Any questions or concerns about supporting that initiative from my colleagues?
Nope.
Okay.
Totally agree.
We're all in agreement for that.
Fully agree.
It's
Absolutely. All in agreement.
Yeah, great.
Any other questions?
Hey, Mayor, did you want to make a motion to that effect?
Sure, absolutely. I would like to entertain a motion to increase the assessment for the SID Maplewood Village Alliance to 20% for 2020.
By 20%.
By 20%.
By a 20% increase would have, yep.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Lembrick? Mayor McGee?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ritza.
Yay.
Thank you, that's great.
Any other questions?
I have one overarching question, Ms. Johannan. Now that you've had 2 full years with the village and, you know, getting to know our merchants, and you've seen some merchants go and you've seen new merchants come in, and you have a better sense of the budget and how that works, and you certainly know the board well at this point, what would you say are a few of your biggest challenges as a manager of a special improvement district? And they could be unique to Maplewood Village.
Well, budget was one, which is changing now. But just getting all the programs, it's such a vibrant and vital village that some of the programs just didn't have enough funding, and it's always a challenge to fundraise and just make all the things you want happen to happen. So money has always been a little bit of an issue. Getting the merchants to really know each other, that's important to me. I consider one of my biggest responsibilities here to be the voice of the merchants. And so I was surprised at how disconnected they sort of are. Like, they go into their shops and they work hard and then they go home. And I sort of wanted to create a community of merchants. So that was important to me, and that was always a challenge. I was very surprised that they didn't all, I don't know, I just figured they all knew each other and hung out, and like Baker Street is a model for that. They are so tight, and it's doing great. So I think that's key. So that was a big challenge for me to get everybody on Maplewood Avenue and Highland Place to work as one. The board voice, there was definitely some stagnancy there. So, but that's also changing, and just time.
Sure, we all need more time.
Yeah, we all need more time.
If budget wasn't an issue, and you didn't have to therefore plan all these events, it's unfortunate that a lot of managers of SIDS across the state have become event planners, which is not, you know, their function necessarily. So if money wasn't an issue and you didn't have to plan all these events, what would your focus be? What do you think Maplewood Village needs?
I would say beautification is huge.
Beautification.
Yeah, the power washing of the buildings, the green space, the backs of the buildings on Lot 7 there, which was noted in the DCA report. I mean, that could really be a huge focus there. I would definitely say beautification.
That's great. And finally, what's your sense, based on the feedback you received from the board after their initial review of the DCA visioning plan about the village becoming a smart village? What kind of feedback did you receive?
It was really positive. It was very, very positive. I thought I'd get a little bit more kickback from the kiosk or something, but no, I mean, everyone's aware we need to be in the 21st century.
Great.
So they were very positive about it.
Great, thank you. I have no other questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daffis. Any more questions for the Village Alliance? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mayor Davenport.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Johannan.
Thank you for doing the Black History Month.
Yes, Ellen.
Thank you for doing the Black History Month stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Black History Month.
Thank you for doing Black History Month.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We're really excited about it.
I'm really excited about it too. It's going to look great.
Did you know that the 3-position traffic light was a
Wow. Yeah, see?
That was good. That was very interesting.
So you've just added yourself another legacy event from now on.
Right. We do plan on growing it. We're starting small and seeing where it takes us.
And Mayor Davenport, don't forget March 3rd Township Committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Springfield Avenue Partnership. Assistant Township Administrator, do we have any questions from Ask the TC?
To make sure it works?
Yeah.
What was that question?
What was that
What was the
question?
question?
When's the lunch? Thank you.
Where's all the tax money going?
Stay tuned.
Yeah, no comment.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
No, this is great.
Closer.
Yeah, you know, we're here.
Parkway, Southern New Jersey. I'm the president of Springfield Avenue Partnership.
Good morning.
Doesn't seem.
Happy New Year. Good morning, Happy New Year.
Hold on one second, if
Wait a
you will.
minute, Jim, I don't think your
Can't
mic's
hear you.
working.
Yeah, I don't think it's on.
I don't know
Gotta
if
get really close.
Put the switch,
Test.
yeah, or switch it underneath.
switch it underneath so it's on all the time.
But I think we heard one.
Sorry. Let's test it.
How's that? Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning and Happy New Year to you too.
Thank you very much. I think we had a great year in 2019, and we're looking forward to having even a better year in 2020. We welcome our new executive director, Nicole Wallace.
Welcome, Ms. Wallace.
Who will help us lead us in some new directions and some new economic development and placemaking. We changed our logo, as you know, last year to SAM, and we just recently updated our website to, we think, even a more vibrant website that's going to attract more traffic. We added our tagline, "Personality for Miles," and we unveiled more than 50 sponsored banners. Jake is laughing because I had a different idea for the tagline, but that's all right. Our 1.5-mile stretch of Springfield Avenue. We also like to thank our outgoing mayor, Vic DeLuca, for all the support he's given us over the years, and we look forward to working with Mayor McGehee going forward. And we also like to thank Julie Doran for all her work in the past years and her leadership. She left for greener pastures, and we wish her well. Economic development, new business. Economic development remains strong on Springfield Avenue and continues to grow in a mixed-use district, this mixed-use destination. With more retail development coming, Maplewood Lofts is continuing the construction of this mixed-use building with an eye for a spring 2020 opening with retail ground floor and residential upper floor. We welcome 10 new businesses this year, which is great, and we continue. I can list them for you, but they're written down on the handout that we gave you. And we continue to work with our design review committee to make sure that we have what we consider attractive facades for buildings, for new businesses, I should say, so that they'll attract more folks through the doors. Our mission, our goal is to get more business on Springfield Avenue, to get the right kind of businesses on Springfield Avenue, and I think we've been doing well on that. Events and public art. We support business district with traditional events. Black History Month, celebrating the annual Mayfest street fair. Women's History Month, we feature 3 women-owned businesses all month on our Instagram site. And additionally, we held annual fundraisers, wine tasting in May and craft beer in October. We use this to supplement the allocation that we get from the township, just to kind of hold our expenses down and to be able to offer more events on the avenue that we think will attract more people. The Sam Cafe is our newest event. We trialed that last year. We had some weather issues, and I think that held down some of the attendance, but that's where we provide the music, the entertainment, the seating, and residents can provide their own refreshments, and as well as Springfield Avenue businesses who are in the restaurant business can provide some food for the events. And we're continuing our public art installations. I think we've done really great on that. We've got a couple of on there and a couple that are in the works. Artist Roberta Melzel installed a mural outside the Hilton Library, and artist Vitaly Umansky mural can be seen on 249 Boyden Avenue. Branding and marketing. Following the successful rollout of our new logo, we've launched a brand new, we are going to be launching a brand new marketing event with brighter colors, quick navigation. Merchants can now easily add their events to the website and event page and update their business information. Most exciting, a series of sponsored banners displaying the SAM logo on Springfield Avenue business names, now align both sides of the street and on the avenue, Boyden to Broadview. Over 50 banners were sponsored by our inaugural campaign, and we plan to add more each business year. Granting incentives to all of our events. We updated graphics for Black History Month, Mayfest, Fitness Pass, and our other fundraisers. We also created a new art to publicize our events and the merchants in the local press and Facebook. Our social media pages continue to grow. I'd like to thank the Town Council for their continued support throughout the year. Without you, our success would be nothing, and we look forward to working with you for another great year for our businesses and local residents. So again, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'd like to turn it over for the budget discussion and any other information to, is it going to be you, Nicole, or you, Sheila?
Yeah, I'm going
Sheila, budget, Nicole, the rest. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, we had a great year. And
Good morning. Could you please identify yourself?
Can you hear?
Can you please identify yourself?
By myself?
No, identify yourself. Yeah.
Sheila Cartledge.
Hi, Sheila. Pleasure.
How are you?
Good morning.
I just want to point out the significant items on the budget, the changes. And of course, the first is the fact that we have hired a new executive director, who's Nicole Wallace. So therefore, we changed that to an employee. We previously had a independent contractor.
Yes.
And so that in itself made some of the numbers different for us for the budget. Nicole has come in and really moved quickly in a short period of time, which is positive for us because of the items and the goals that we have established for ourselves for 2020. And then with regards to that, we would like to request that our assessment be increased from 2% to 3.5%. And of course, you heard all of the items that we have on in our goals for the year. So this is, I mean, it's going to help us. It's not significant, but it is significant, so that we can continue to move forward. We've been taking, I think, little baby steps, and I think with Nicole, we're going to take larger steps. The other item is the service agreement, and we've only requested a $1,000 increase for the service assessment. As you know, we have 1.5 miles, so we have a lot of landscaping, cleaning, etc. So it's a small item for us, but it's significant that we need to continue to move forward. I think pretty much those are the three significant items on the budget. Everything else is pretty much where we've been. We've made some minor adjustments in those items, but they're not significant.
Thank you. Ms. Wallace?
Hi, I'm Nicole Wallace. I could present to you our goals and objectives for 2020. It's in the packet I handed out. Initially, one of our goals will be in economic development. This is something I think I was specifically brought on to help do on the Avenue. I view economic development in two categories. I'll probably reverse how I have them written. A big category supporting the existing businesses that are on the Avenue, whether that's through social media and advertising. We try something like the Fitness Pass, where we have such a long avenue and so many businesses, so how can we put our businesses in the bucket and promote them at one time? So if we're doing fitness now, we'd also like to do pre-prom. We'll probably ask all of you to get your nails done at some point on Springfield Avenue. We'll promote it. You're allowed to get clear, that's okay. We also wanted, I talked with Mayor McGeehee about holding a Meet the Mayor, Meet the Merchants forum this year, and also a forum for the local community that was last done, I think, in 2018. So sort of two different focuses on that, one for merchant focus, one for the community to meet
us and talk about goals for the coming years. We are already working really nicely with South Orange and Maplewood Village Alliance, and also just getting to know other SIDs within the state and thinking about best practices. I don't think there's any shame in seeing what other SIDs do, especially looking far afield and seeing how that can be applied to Springfield Avenue. Additionally, we want to bring in new potential businesses. We have a lot of potential ground floor retail opening in some of those pretty large mixed-use buildings coming up, and in addition, we have vacancies. I try to call brokers and find out, to the best I can, what's happening with any vacancies I see. Ideally, we would create more relationships with the commercial brokers. They're not as unified as a group as the residential brokers, unfortunately. They're sort of one here, one there, but we're going to try to figure out who they are and how best we can help them bring in new businesses to the avenue. We will continue doing many of our events and promotions like we did last year, and then we're looking to do some really using Yale Corner as a great new space to do additional, more whimsical programming. We talked about, what was it, Shakespeare in the parking lot as opposed to Shakespeare in the park. Also inviting, thank you. Also inviting our merchants to program some events. We've had some interest. We could maybe offering merchants, they can hold exercise classes out there. So not everything has to be done with Springfield Avenue's budget, but it can, we can definitely help in kind with advertising and that. A big thing I added to the goals this year is doing community outreach. I'm new this year, so it's important to me to know the different groups that are working in and around Maplewood South Orange. I presented to the Hilton Neighborhood Association on Thursday, and it's a nice group to have, those are the local residents we want coming to Springfield Avenue, so having an ability to share directly with them what's happening. Again, having the community summit, I'm planning to meet with SOMA for 2 Towns for All Ages in the coming weeks to see, they want to do a walking tour of our murals, but also understanding what that population would like to see. Also reaching out to the Avalon and seeing how we can best communicate. That's a whole bunch of residents in one building, and so maybe we sort of have a special outreach just to that building to try to capture the residents over there. We will continue our public art with a focus on our utility boxes, which I think creates a fun, creative way to look at public art in addition to murals, and possibly doing something with the blacktop at Yale Corner. And then we'll continue doing our placemaking, landscaping, and holiday decorations. And I think I've talked about possibly moving the farmers market to Yale Corner. It's a more exposed, more visible space, so I'll work with the town administration on that and get, again, really using Yale Corner as a flexible space that we can promote our events. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Walsh, does Springfield, I don't see any memberships, conferences, any line item for anything, because you spoke about wanting to work with commercial brokers, and that it is a difficult, because they're not that cohesive, but there are organizations like ICSC, and I don't see any budget in here for memberships in really any type of organization, downtown New Jersey, National Main Street Center. I don't see any of that.
That's on line 48. It says business development. That's how I captured it. It's not much. It's $800.
Yeah, it's not enough.
I'm going, for example, next week I'll be attending the New Jersey Planning Association Conference in New Brunswick, and I'm going.
But there are more. The APA is fine, but it's not.
No, that's one. Downtown New Jersey luncheon on February 7th in West Orange.
With regard to business recruitment, though, and economic development, I think it's important that Springfield Avenue Partnership consider joining ICSC, International Council of Shopping Centers. They have a New Jersey chapter as well, and they also have a New York show the first week of December. More than a lot of downtown districts. Springfield Avenue itself is one that might be more attractive to national and regional
Yes.
chains, which is what that focuses on, but it also focuses a lot on education and with regard to commercial brokers, networking. I don't know a commercial broker who doesn't attend that. So I'd like to see, if economic development is the main focus of the Springfield Avenue Partnership, then I think you need to, whether it's reallocating or adding more money toward, I mean, ICSC membership alone is like $600 to $700. So, and National Main Street, my frustration with our SIDS for years has been a little bit too little education and networking, as you said you wanted to do, with regard to organizations that are available to educate and network and learn from other downtowns. So not just in New Jersey, but across the country. So I'd ask that you look at that.
Okay.
Ms. Adams, do you know if the Maplewood Village Alliance should have done the same, to your point?
Yeah, it's a little different. It's smaller, it's more hometown kind of, but Springfield Avenue, as we already see, can attract more national or regional chains, which is where you need to kind of network in.
Thank you.
We used to attend the shopping center, New Jersey one, and we joined as the town for downtown New Jersey, and which covers the two SIDS. So
It does?
Yeah.
Oh, good, I was about to join.
Well, you go on the towns as representative of the town, so.
Okay, then I'll talk
You can go.
I'll talk to you before I
Ms. Adams is a point well taken.
spend my money.
We'll definitely
Thank you.
reevaluate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams.
I have a question.
Mr. Davis.
It's not really a question, it's more a suggestion,
Yeah,
perhaps, for 2020 initiatives. And you have a very fulsome agenda here, and I commend you for it, and hopefully you'll be able to get through all of these. And thank you for jumping in and hitting the ground running. We're really excited to have you, and we're very grateful for you.
Thank you.
Because, as you stated, that the SIDS have an incredible opportunity for community building and community outreach. I wonder if you've been thinking about, I didn't see it in here, but maybe you're incorporating it in other events, promoting Pride. Because we have a lot of LGBT families in College Hill and in the Hilton neighborhood, and often they tell us that when we celebrate Pride, and we do it for the entire month in Maplewood, we make a big deal, it's always on this side of town, right? And it's kind of actually funny because traditionally the village has not bought into Black History Month, and now we see that turning this year. And conversely, Springfield Avenue hasn't bought into Pride as much. Now, our youth, because they are leading us and they're incredible in our community, they did on their own last year organize the first ever Pride event over on Springfield Avenue outside of the Hilton Library. They had their own concert and celebration, and it was the first ever sort of LGBT presence on that side of town. So I'd like us to come together. We are one town, one Maplewood for all, and I'd like to see us think about that and sort of spread the rainbow everywhere in town, if you will.
And to, just to add to that, the point is well taken in that, because I have an art gallery, a number of people in the community, LGBT, have come in and said that they have children, they may be African American, and they want to expose them to the art, and there might be something that we could do in terms of doing something art-related, so that we could expand that.
I love that idea. I think that's a great idea. And you actually make me think about how some of our paint and play merchants that we have on Springfield Avenue already do this, inspired by MLK Day. And we have readings and stuff for kids. And we should do the same, you know, because the idea is to be more inclusive an integrated, one community, not a black side of town celebrating Black History Month with a big banner, and a gay side of town, because that is not our reality of our town. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daffis. Ms. Adams?
You mentioned before working with the Hilton Neighborhood Association. I don't know, I mean, I founded College Hill, but I don't know who's running it right now, if anything. I know I gave all my binders, files, notebooks to Aaron Scherzer.
It's sort of not really...
Yeah, so...
It's sort of dead right now, I think, but someone needs to take it up. So if you're listening out there...
No one's listening out there.
We'll take that offline.
Yes, yes.
Any other questions for the Springfield Partnership?
Yeah.
Ms. Adams, okay.
So just to follow up on my own point, in lieu of leadership at College Hill right now, I think they do have a Facebook page that you could reach out through. It's weird. It's like Maplewood CH neighborhood or CH Maplewood neighborhood, something like that. There's a CH in there for College Hill, and I don't know how they named it, but it is active. So as far as promoting Springfield Avenue to College Hill neighborhood, that would be a good way to make sure everything's shared that you post on your own stuff, to make sure it's sent out there, because they do pay attention. They certainly pay attention to planning board applications.
Absolutely. And then Boarding Park Neighborhood Association. The Boarding Park Neighborhood Association is very active, and certainly someone you can connect with. Yeah. And I can send you some information about them and connect you if you are not already connected.
Mr. DeLuca, any questions?
No, I was just going to say that this is an exciting time on the Avenue. We now have, of course, the major project, which is the old Jewelry Mart, which is the Maplewood Lofts, but we have 3 smaller projects undergoing construction, renovation, demolition right now. The old, Brasstown Liquors was Brasstown, and Springfield Liquors, all kinds of stuff. Anyway, that's going to be a brand new Dunkin' Donuts. So they started that on demolition there. We've got the car wash that's been sitting there for a very long time with an owner who did nothing to improve that area, now has been bought by someone new. And then, of course, the child care center that left next to Sherwin-Williams is being renovated. So there's a lot of exciting stuff, and I think in 2020 we're going to have a lot more choices. And then we have 2 bike shops coming up, so it's going to be a good year for Springfield Avenue, I think.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Lindbergh, any questions? Okay.
No, thanks, Mayor.
One question I have, and just out of curiosity, how many properties represent the SID? Do we know?
I have to get back to you on that.
It's gotta be a
couple hundred.
Okay.
How many properties are there?
Yeah, and the SID.
Actually, if you look at the resolution, or if you look at the information on the liquor license, there's a whole list of them.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, there's a whole list of them.
All right.
Last
The
time we
resolution
checked,
that
I thought it was
Ms.
like
Fritz can
140
provide,
or
she just provided it for the
Right, that
resolution.
attachment is all the
Yeah.
properties.
Okay.
And the ordinance should have.
Sorry, can't answer that question. We should know.
None of us know, but we'll get the answer. Okay.
Oh, one other thing.
Yes, Ms. Adams.
I mean, I'm correct in the Village Alliance's presentation that they're not asking the township for money, right?
No, they are.
I didn't
Yes.
see that.
Yeah, it's in their service. The 14, I think it's 14-1 or something.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. I'd almost ask you to consider to increase for the business recruitment and economic development piece and other things, consider a little bit larger assessment increase.
I think we can do that.
So that maybe you could bring down the township donation.
Yeah, that would be great. Before we make a motion on that, you asked for a 3.5% increase. I mean, you can go higher than that, if you like.
Why don't you come back to us?
I mean, we
have a meeting later this month, you can talk about it.
Ask for 20%, I can tell you that.
Well, I mean, that's why I brought it up a couple years ago, that the SIDS need to start increasing incrementally every year, the assessment to, unless you have no increased expenses, and that almost never happens, but,
We haven't had an increase, I don't think, in 10 years.
right. So I think it should be bigger.
Well, okay, we'll do, what we've done is supplement it by our fundraising events to get more money to do.
Right, but that puts on, yeah, but that's the burden on the staff and on the board, and I think it should be, I mean, I did the work to found Springfield Avenue Partnership 30 years ago, so I know how, the property owners there are in a lot of ways, and I know property owners in SIDS, but I find that it's easier to raise the assessment. They're the major benefactors to the work of the organization, so above and beyond the businesses. So they need to have their skin in the game, as it were, and I don't think you should be the least bit afraid to increase it incrementally every year, but if you haven't done it in 10 years, then you need to do it a lot bigger than you're proposing right now.
Yeah, and that's not correct. We've increased the assessment
I didn't think so,
more than
because I
10
thought we
years.
did that.
Yeah, we've increased
last
it,
year.
yes.
But anyway,
And that was my point, because we just increased it 20% for 44 properties, and obviously Springfield Avenue is much, has more robust properties, so 3.5% is nothing, so I don't think 10, 50, whatever you come up with, I think makes a lot of sense, because it's such a larger denominator, you know what I mean? So it should be more aggressive, in my opinion. And to that point, should we hold off on a motion on this increase until we have the meeting on the 27th, and we can come back and have that in one of our regular township meetings?
Okay.
So, okay. Any more questions?
No, I just want to say, whatever you decide to do, obviously, this, we can't compare it to the village, right? Like, it has to be appropriate for the properties and their value, and so. Yeah.
We're very excited about Springfield Avenue. So thank you for coming in, and have a great Saturday.
You too.
Next, we'll hear from our fire department. So I think our chief and deputy chief are here, so if you'd like to approach.
Yeah, there's 7 pages of listing of properties on that resolution. Liquor license.
Is there hot water?
Yeah, so it's a blue one, so it's got
We don't have hot water here. The carrot. It's right there. That's it. With the carrot.
The biggest thing is,
The carrot? I bought no water today. No water.
some of them are big. So this is all, we're making some.
Oh, yeah, Nancy, downstairs in the basement. Does it work, the hot?
Hey, good morning. Impromptu bio break here, so sounds like we'll get started like 3-4 minutes. We're running plus 13 minutes on our schedule, so.
Number 12. Any snow? It's getting sunny out. When? What time?
Yeah, let's do it.
I brought my boots.
Yes, you're a quorum. Okay, we'll get started with a quorum. So, Deputy Chief, welcome. Chief, welcome. All right, we'll go ahead and hear your narrative. So what we're doing is asking for the narrative, your highlights of 2019. You can hit a couple under B. We've all read the narrative, which is awesome, by the way. So it can be your top 3, top 4, and then what you're looking to do in 2020, we'll go through your expenses, talk about your capital, and go from there. The hearing, yeah, that's on the budget to get our AV audios fixed. So essentially, if you're going to go over your 2019 highlights. You can highlight the top 2 or 3.
Okay.
Or 4. And then we'll talk about your 2020 initiatives.
Okay.
And then we'll go over your operating expenses.
Okay.
And after that, we'll talk about your capital request, and then you'll be out of here.
All right.
All right.
I have to apologize that I didn't bring my copy that I submitted to you for the highlights, so but I kind of remember what they were, but if you have them right there, that's great. Okay. Yes.
That's the one. Awesome. Deputy Chief.
Since it's my first meeting as in charge of the budget, do you want, as far as the budget goes, or just overall department highlights?
This is your narrative, so it's a
Okay.
public hearing, so you're talking to the public as much as you're talking to us.
Read it.
Just don't...
Just highlights, yeah.
Okay. Well, I think, obviously, there's a big changeover in the department. Chief Dingelstead, after 38 years, retired. Deputy Chief Walter Nugent retired, so now we've changed over. I'm the new chief, and Chris Ariam's the new deputy chief. So we've tried to change a lot of things in the department. We're looking forward to, we've changed the way we operate. We had our first officers meeting, and we're going to change the way we run our officers meeting. It's more about not reviewing what we've done, but what we're going to do in the future. So we've made new assignments to new officers, increased the responsibilities. One of the great highlights of 2019 is we added 2 additional officers, the captains, and giving them new assignments. So we're looking forward to receiving the benefits of those extra officers during the course of 2020. We did, as far as the budget is concerned, we unfortunately did not receive the new command vehicle yet. There's a strike that was out of our control at the General Motors, but apparently we're going to get it before the end of this month, but I've been told that before, so we'll see how that plays out. One of the great things we did do, though, is in the change of the structure, one of the promoted captains is a lifetime mechanic, really sharp guy, Alex Colatrillio, and we've taken the vehicles we've had, and we've done, for incredibly low amount of money, relatively, we've done body work, changed ball joints, changed water pumps, and got them so that they're viable for the foreseeable future. So I feel like that's a great change for 2020. So as far as 2020 goes, we're looking forward to, well, there's a lot of variables, of course, right? So we're facing the merger, and so we're moving forward as if we have to run the department on a day-to-day basis, but we're also trying to anticipate how the potential merger will impact the department. And there really are a lot of variables when it comes to, the way EMS provided, the way we're going to deal with our equipment and our purchases. So there's a lot of things to try and figure out, okay, we have to operate as if we're moving forward, but we also have to anticipate the potential of this merger. So there's a lot of effort going forward with the officers to anticipate what we face in 2020, the time frame, and what the guys' responsibilities are going to be. As far as purchases are concerned, the big one this year, and it's not a big one in terms of cost, but the past several years we've been moving towards getting the second set of gear for the guys, their turnout gear. And it's all along the lines of trying to prevent cancer through, decontamination. So, in the old days, we'd come back from a fire and our gear would be killed, and we really wouldn't do anything about it. We move on and on and on. And they've done all these studies and determined that the carcinogens that are in the turnout gear, they get into your skin, you breathe them in, and the potential to cause cancer increases dramatically. Thank you to the mayor and council. In the past, we purchased the extractor equipment and the dryers, and they've worked out tremendously well. So as soon as guys come back from an alarm or a serious fire, their gear gets washed, it gets dried. Unfortunately, they don't have gear in the interim.
Yeah.
So the backup is our big priority this year. It's not a relatively large request, but we feel a very, very important one, and it brings us to the completion of that prevention through decontamination, so that's what we're looking forward to. The second big budget request for 2020 is upgrading our extrication equipment, vehicle extrication equipment that's on the ladder truck at fire headquarters. The units on that apparatus are, and I guess, are we going to go over this in the capital request portion of it? So I really have to clarify that.
I mean, you can just go ahead, it's fine.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah,
So, currently we have
extrication equipment on the ladder truck that's over 20 years old. Right. And, you can imagine the way technology changes rapidly. Well, over 20 years, it's changed quite a bit. The equipment that's on the ladder right now is, it runs off a gasoline-powered hydraulic generator. There are cords that, hydraulic cords you have to run, so you have to pull the machinery off the ladder truck, start it up, hook the lines up, and it's great equipment for its time, but now they've got the advance in technology where it's battery-operated equipment. So you don't need the gasoline-powered generator anymore. That's another set of maintenance we don't have to worry about. There's no cords involved anymore, so they're not as cumbersome. And most importantly, the technology on the vehicles has changed, where they're using high-carbon steel. These 5-star rated vehicles are fantastic, because you can roll a vehicle, you can get an impact, and you're walking away from it, potentially. But the high-carbon steel is much harder to cut, so the 20-year-old extrication equipment no longer cuts through the A and B post, does this under standard extrication. So these new tools are not only cordless, more flexible, less maintenance, but they also are capable of cutting that high-carbon steel in new vehicles. So eventually, over time, we want to phase in all the vehicles, but the ladder's got the oldest equipment and still requires that portable gasoline generator. So that's our big goal for the budget for 2020, capital items. Okay?
Thank you, Chief. All right. Why don't we go ahead and move forward and look at your expenses? Any questions for fire, Mr.
I
Lambert?
do. I have two questions. And Chief and Deputy Chief, these are questions that among us we've discussed before, but I think deserve an explanation for the public as well. The communications equipment, we have a budget for 2020 up to $25,000. In 2019, we had $12K appropriated and less than $9,000 was actually expended. So just want to...
Do you have a line item on that, Greg?
213.
Yeah. So your question is what?
Right. So the question is, what are we doing, or what is the necessity to have $25,000 in the budget this year for communications equipment when last year we had less than half that, $12,000, and only spent $83,7196. So basically, why are we going to spend 3 times in 2020 on communications with what we spent in 2019?
Well, there are a couple of factors. Number one, I hate to keep reverting back to the command vehicle that we haven't gotten yet, but full mobile radios for that vehicle. And again, my radio communications officer is Captain Alvarez, and he's spec'd out the required 700 band radios that are going to be required for that vehicle, so that's going to be expensive. Also, with the new system we have, the 700 band system, fortunately we're into now, and we've gone through some growing pains with that and learning curve, and we're getting there. Mm-hmm. But when we purchase multi-band radios, and I know we discussed that in the past, what that allows us to talk to VHF towns that haven't converted to 700 band yet. The radios, the actual individual radios, they have the capability, but they're not programmed for going to VHF or UHF. And the way Captain Alvarez explained to me is that in order to, so what we have is the officers' radios are now capable, they can switch right over. But the radios, for example, on station engine number 2, the officer has the capability of switching over. The other radios do not. They have to, what's called flash the radios, which make them capable of going to those other bands, and it's expensive. I think it's $900 a radio. So they want to gradually get all those radios that capability, so they're doing several at a time until the whole department now has that full capability. Now, obviously, the long-term goal is that everybody is on the 700 band system, but I don't know, who knows when that's going to happen. Like right now, the police department's on the VHF system. Mm-hmm. So our radios, unless they're flash, we can't communicate, we can't monitor with them. So that's one of the expenses. So it's upgrading, it's outfitting the command vehicle with radios, it's upgrading the current portables to give them that capability. And let me just see if he has any other notes on his...
Just for clarification, though, the fact that the police department is not on the 700 band right now, you are able to communicate with them.
Yes,
because of the flash, right?
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So, yeah, I mean, I think Captain Alvarez has the 2 digital radios alone is $8,000 for that capability. And then as it goes down, it's flashing 6 of the radios. That's correct. It was $6,000 to get those additional radios flashed, so.
Okay.
And hopefully those won't be requirements going forward. Next year, you won't have, those radios will all be capable, or at least most of them will be capable, and we won't need to purchase those, so it should drop off in.
And that was going to be sort of my 1B, my follow-up, is sort of whether this is the new normal or this is sort of a one-time extraordinary expense. It sounds like much more the latter than the former.
I believe so.
Mr. Rose?
What I would further do is actually extract that from the operating budget and put it in as a capital request. So whatever you have specific to the upgrade to the radios, I would actually change it over into capital.
Yeah, is that high enough that it meets the threshold?
Yes.
Okay.
My other question is, I just want to know that when we're thinking about these projects, that whatever we do when we merge with South Orange, that this is going to equate to whatever it is they have. So we're thinking long-term also?
Yes, they actually they've converted to the 700 band as well now. There'd be very little cost, and the programming to their channel in 700 bands, that's not a cost. That's just getting the permission from the state and then going through all the rates. And actually, I most recently got a request from the county to allow them to access our band, and so we've got paperwork drawn up and sent it to them. We've coordinated with Milburn down there, and so we can work on their frequency, and even before a merger takes place, we should be hopefully squared away so we can just change it and get on the South Orange channel as well. That's not a cost item, though.
Great. Okay, my second question, Chief, is I'm going to go down a little bit further to line 216, 265-216, emergency medical supplies, where we have an increase to 22,000. Last year was 19,000, and only 12,000 actually expended, so sort of wanted to get a sense of the explanation for why we think we're going to spend $10,000 more on emergency medical supplies in 2020 versus 2019.
Yeah, that's Deputy Chief DeMartini runs the emergency medical supplies, and I really don't know why we're so low this year. To be honest with you, I'm trying to look in the past years what we utilized. In 2017, we're up around 17,000. It looks like in actual. In 18, we were at actual was 19,000. So I believe that it was maybe an anomaly dip in 2019.
Okay.
And that's perhaps why.
So why not just keep it the same?
I'm sorry?
So why not just keep it the same?
Well, I think the way Deputy Chief DeMartini explained it to me is that just incremental increases. We're using a lot more oxygen, and the price of everything is going up, so I guess he's trying to anticipate. I'm not saying, and the additional, actually, one of the things we're actually using a little bit more of is Narcan, which we never had that in our previous budgets, and the EpiPens, so we're sort of using a little bit more of that. Those are expenses, are not extraordinary expenses, but it's not cheap, I'll tell you that much, and unfortunately...
Well, big pharma's got to make their money on those
What's that?
EpiPens. Big pharma's got to make their money on those EpiPens.
Yeah, and it's just sad that we're using them as much as we are, but with the shelf life they do. So I'm anticipating that might be one of the other reasons why that might have gone up. So.
Expiration rate, too.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that number's fine. I mean, if you look at the run rate for the last 4 years, they've been averaging actuals about $21,000. I think it's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Any more questions? Mr. Daffis?
I had, that was one of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Lembrick. I wanted to talk about items 219, tuition reimbursement.
Yeah, me too.
And 223, exam fees. It's also quite possible that this is on par with, if you look back a few years, but of the 6,000 that was appropriated in 19, we spent a little over 1,400, and we're asking for 8,000 for tuition reimbursement.
So we actually, I recall, we go over this pretty much every year, and so what happens is, in the contract, you have to prepare for the potential. So the guys are entitled to up to $2,000 for tuition reimbursement. Now, if a year comes along and everybody goes to school and they get tuition reimbursement, we have to have that prepared amount of money just in case, because it's contractual. Unfortunately, we only use 1,400. I'd like to see us getting a little bit closer to that number of $6,000, $8,000, because that means the guys are going to school. But, yeah, I believe that the CFO decided, calculates what the potential is, how many guys are on the job, and what the exposure, the possible exposure is, and he budgets for that, even if we don't use it. So, and then, I'm not sure whether there's an appropriate way of handling it. What's happened, like, for example, I asked for an increase of approximately 8% in the mechanics budget, and at the end of the year, and I've managed the mechanics budget for the last, 5 years or so, and it's an interesting game. You have to try and set your must-do and your really should-do, and then it would be nice to do, and then, we'll put it off till next year. And so you get to the end of the year, and you have to pick your priorities, and fortunately this year we'll be able to take some money from underutilized areas of the budget and move them towards, and then, that line item, obviously, like in the past year, was over-encumbered by, let's see, we appropriated $69,000, we went to $77,000, so we're asking for $75,000. We're able to complete some of those projects by taking the underutilized portions of the budget and move them across the other line items. So I know that's not the best way. That's why we try and readjust the budget, so, we're moving that up a little bit, maybe some other things down a little bit, but, so, I don't know if that helps explain it.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, any questions?
Well, just the exam fees?
So the
Same
exam
thing?
fee...
Is it the same thing? You have to put it in there even if you don't use it?
Well, that's another variable. If we merge, what's the promotional system going to be? It will probably be civil service, but right now we have no officers. We don't have a list for deputies or captains, so we'd have to run a test. And again, you consider it a variable. I can't really determine in advance how many guys are going to sign up to take a test, and it's not like a set fee. It's how many guys you get charged per fee. So you're trying to kind of predict what the potential is if there's an exam, if we ran a deputy exam. Of course, a deputy is a little bit easier because there's only so many captains that are eligible. Now, that doesn't mean that everyone is going to take it, but you're charged by the individual that takes it. With the captains, I think, in my opinion, looking at the nature of the department, the next time we run a captain's test, if it's not merged and if we're not in civil service, we're going to get a huge amount of guys taking that test. So there's a lot of things that are involved in that. I mean, when we moved to the 10 steps, we used to be 7 steps to first grade, now we're 10 steps. It's really, if a guy's eligible to take the captain's test after completing 4 years. So if he's able to take the captain's test, his salary's jumping exponentially by making captain. So there's a huge financial incentive for the take. So I think the young guys are going to, where in the past it was like, well, I'll wait a few more years. Now they're thinking, wow, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. I'm going to go from $50,000 to maybe almost doubling my salary if I get promoted. So if, in fact, we run a captain's test, my prediction, my opinion is that a lot of guys are going to take, which is great to me because, in my opinion, even if they don't get promoted, preparing for the captain exam, cracking down the SOPs and learning standard operating procedures and strategy and tactics, they're getting a benefit even if they don't get, well, the whole department's getting a benefit even if they don't get promoted. So it's really hard to nail down that number exactly what it's going to cost, but again, I'm just trying to anticipate what it could possibly be.
I see.
So,
Thank you.
Mr. DeLuca? Nope. Any other questions?
No, thanks, Mayor.
All right, we already covered their capital expenses, so we'll talk about that more later. So, gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was easy.
All right.
We are...
They did have a personnel request too.
Do you have personnel?
They're adding the 2 captains, which I think, I don't mean to speak for the committee, but at least for me, I want to wait to see what's going to happen with the merger before we make a decision on that. Because if we merge, obviously, there's a lot of personnel shifts that are going to go around, and that's a decision that's going to be made by a group of people that is not entirely represented here. So, so I think that's something that maybe we should table until it either is an issue or isn't.
Agreed. So, thank you. And thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We are right at 11:35, and at this point, we're going to take a adjourn for a break, and we'll resume at 12:30 with police. So thank you. Ms. Adams, can you flip the switch?
What happened?
leverage our time here and be efficient, and we yielded some time over to our Township Clerk, Ms. Fritzen, who will go over her highlights for 2019, touch on her goals for 2020, look at her operating expenses and any capital that she has requested. So, Ms. Fritzen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and Township Committee. So, as far as the achievements go, the clerk's office was extremely busy again in 2019. One of the new things that I listed was we had participated in the revitalization of the Welcome to Maplewood program, and with that we were involved in some of the planning as well as the welcome I Love Maplewood bags that were given away and were extremely successful. One of the things, and I'm going back for 2019 and 2020, of our achievements continues to be the education process in the clerk's office, which I think is extremely important for the staff members. And the new deputy or assistant to the township clerk, until they pass the RMC exam, has successfully taken and passed the 5 classes needed to sit for the exam in February. That person will be taking the review and hopefully will be a successful candidate once taking in the springtime the registered municipal clerk examination from the state. So again, education is extremely important to me for the staff. We also, as you know, coordinate a lot of special events in conjunction on behalf of the Township Committee, and they're listed there. And again, we continue to be actively involved in the event application process. During the course of the year, I probably called over 10 special meetings dedicated to our larger scale events. It's proven to be extremely successful. It gets all of the departments and the organizers on the same page as to what their expectations are of the Township of Maplewood and what our expectations are as to what we can provide. Again, the application process is online, which is extremely beneficial for residents and groups. The other thing I wanted to mention was the number of filming activities we had in 2019, and we had some major filming with the wonderful Miss Maisel.
The Marvelous.
The Marvelous. See, I don't watch it, but I know it's pretty famous.
Did they do the outside of that house? Because I just watched episode 3.
Yeah, there's some.
And they're outside of the house when they're walking. It's
very good.
Yeah. I think
So
that's...
anyway, we continue to coordinate that, and we probably, during the warmer months, have a filming in Maplewood at least weekly. So it's become extremely popular. There is some revenue for the township, which is a help, and it also showcases our town, and it shows you that filmers want to come to Maplewood because we are filming friendly. So, any other questions? That's pretty much my 2019, except for you did see that we took care of the shades, and
the chairs up here. Oh,
the
no,
chairs
not
are
the
coming
chairs.
next. That money is still available, but the chairs are coming next. The shades and the window treatments. So I'm glad that that's came out, I think, wonderful.
Thank you, Ms. Fritzen.
I could go into my 2020 if you like.
Yes, why not? Thank you.
Okay. So for 2020, again, it's going to sound redundant, but again, education is the most important thing. I feel for the staff, we're in transition right now, where we are currently going to be sharing a staff member with Recreation, Health, and Township Clerk Department. We are in the process of, probably in the next week or so, conducting interviews. We are now in the process of the internal posting. But that's going to be a pretty important position, a pivotal position that's going to help 3 departments and also a lot of cross-training. So, right now, we're currently in my department down a person, but as you know, this is the busiest time for parking permits and the renewal of every parking, merchant, lots, overnights, and we've been able to do that by bringing in a part-timer who came in and pretty much dedicated his time to that. So we haven't missed a beat, is what I want to say. Again, we're going to continue with the coordination of large-scale events. I didn't mention for 2019, but it is important. We coordinate the memorial trees, benches, markers, application, and it's online, and it's extremely easy to use. One thing that started at the end of the year, which we will be continuing, is our records retention program for all departments within the township, and every department in 2019 had to have their documents cleaned up, coordinated by the end of October, and we successfully completed that. So again, as far as staffing goes, for 2020, it's the same. The assistant to the township clerk is now the registrar. I continue to be the deputy registrar, so even with the change in personnel at the tail end of the year, we didn't lose anything as far as qualifications to continue that important job. And again, training is important to me so that we have more backup in the department.
Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. Any questions for Mr. Lindberg?
I have one question, and this may be more a question for Ms. Viveros, but in the spreadsheet I'm looking at for 2020, lines 110-101 and 120-101, the salaries seem to be zeroed out.
What were those numbers again?
110, 101, and 120, 101.
What up?
That's just an input error. We'll have to input that in there.
Okay. You see, I mean, we're planning to pay everyone. Okay. Including the township committee?
Including the township committee.
Okay.
Including the,
22,750 should have been the number that would be in that column.
22,750, and then
Right.
200.
120, 101, 224, 600.
224,600, okay. All right, so the way I'm reading it, the 2020 requested and 2020 administrator recommendation should basically be one and the same for each of these, because the only differences I saw were in the salaries, and that looked like it was probably a mistake.
Yes.
Okay. I have no questions for Ms. Fritzen. It runs like a switched watch. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Dafford.
I have just one on the Township Clerk 2020. The Green Fair appropriation, or request rather. A request for $5,000.
We've actually reduced that number from 10,000 over the years. It was pretty much a placeholder.
Well, we only,
Well, isn't that a number that we advance and then gets usually reimbursed?
Yes.
But money sort of has to go
oh,
out.
it's reimbursed?
Yeah,
Never mind.
it's sort of we advance them because they have to pay certain vendors up front, but they don't take in the money till later.
Okay. If it's that's fine. Yeah. Thank you. That's it.
Ms. Adams, any questions?
just the goals. This is what Liz and I butt heads about all the time.
Which one would that be?
No, just, I think last year, was under the impression we were planning for a dishwasher downstairs to buy and install, so employees can use that, and so can meetings. We could have water pitchers up here and glasses, and then they could be washed instead of, I know we don't have plastic bottles this time, but I'm trying to I'm trying to model our behavior is what we want people to do, and I don't see it enough.
Right, I understand. We do need a water hookup, so I think the conversation needs to be had with engineering, who's responsible for the building improvements. So I think we need to look into that and get some cost estimates on what that would look like.
Okay.
That's a good point. Building
And I mean,
improvement
it'd
budget.
be like, reusable plastic glasses that are dishwasher-proof, that can be used for meetings or whatever, and stop
I think if we
buying all
had,
the...
if we did have a dishwasher and we had a sink
Then we
capability.
could, because there's all those cupboards down there with nothing much in them, they could be dishware, inexpensive dishware that's reusable.
Okay, we'll look into that. And I think if we had a sink down there with the capability to wash things as well, we could achieve a lot of that.
Well, you have a maintenance, someone who cleans the building, that could be part of their...
Run the dishwasher once a
Yeah,
day.
exactly.
Yeah.
Just trying to get us to be the, what people can look to, like go back about 30 years to when we didn't have all this disposable stuff and people still had meetings and still had beverages and washed out the dishware. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Mr. DeLuca?
Nothing.
Nothing. I just have one question. I apologize if I missed it, we covered it. But on the postage, 202, so 120-202, I see a request for 55, potential additional mailing. On my digital copy, it says that we had 45 that was appropriated. And then on my paper copy, it says 41. So either way, that's a variance, but it's also going up, $10,000 at least. So I just wanted to make sure I understand exactly what the additional postage is for.
Oh, postage.
Postage,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. That's
Yeah,
right.
but are you thinking the census, maybe?
No, there's
No,
a
it shouldn't be.
discrepancy.
There's a discrepancy first
sorry.
on the online versus the offline, and then in addition, it did go up by at least 10K. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on where we are in 2019 and what we're trying to do in 2020.
So when we put together a budget that was exceedingly tight, ordinarily when we do budget transfers at the end of the year in November, December, we try to keep it within the department. But because this year was particularly challenging for us, you will see transfers that have occurred intra-department. So there may have been money that was moved from postage in the clerk in order to accommodate postage for the tax collector or something of that nature. That would account for the discrepancy, because as you approve transfers and we enter them into the system then recalibrates everything in terms of what was an adopted budget. And so somewhere, if this line item went down, somewhere another line item went up. So aggregately, it didn't change, but you're going to see more variances this year than we have in the past, because normally we've been able to keep it within a department, but this year we've been grabbing from everybody.
Okay. And thank you for that, Mr. Kojay. And then in terms of the 10,000 increase, the postage is related to...
I think that, first of all, I'm not sure that we want a 10,000, but it accounts for, that postage meter encompasses the mailings for the entire township, other than the court. It's the only one that does not use this. We mail everybody's mail. I think we always build in for some kind of mailing that needs to go out that we don't anticipate, and that'd be my answer.
Thank you.
So it actually is one of the reasons why we had money available to transfer from this, because this year the governing body approved not going forward with estimated tax bills, but to do a regular final tax bill, and we delayed that. Normally, we have two mailings when it comes to the tax office, an estimated tax bill and then the tax bill that winds up finishing out and sending out preliminaries. So the fact that we reduced this year one mailing is the reason why there was excess in this fund that was available to get transferred someplace else.
Okay. Anyone else? No, we're good. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fritzen.
Now I don't have the stress of waiting till next Saturday.
No, you're all set. Thank you.
More questions?
Okay, we will now take our, we'll adjourn for lunch. Thank you.
I know. We're spending most of the time. Yeah, exactly. So next week,
Sessions. We will now hear from our police. I'd like to welcome Chief Duvall and, oh, there he is, and Deputy Chief Sally.
Welcome, chiefs.
Yes, you have the floor. What we'd like to do is hear your narrative, your highlights, 3 or 4 points from 2019, your goals for 2020. We'll look at your operating expenses. Then after that, we'll go over your capital expenses. We won't handle any personnel and merit increases here, obviously. And ask you questions, and then you will be on your way into the winter wonderland.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
So first thing I'll cover is my capital items for 2019 that we implemented. We increased the women's locker room by 8 lockers. That has been done, so we're prepared for the future. We're more prepared for the future. We are in the process of upgrading We're in the process of upgrading our firearms. We have purchased the vehicles already that we requested for last year, so we're up to date on our projects over last year. Mayor, last year was a very good year crime-wise to live in Maplewood. First, I want to thank all the officers in the department. They did a great job. We did a lot of schedule changing and other things to have common goals to reduce crime, to reduce traffic, to address concerns from our residents. So I want to thank all of my officers, and I want to thank the Township Committee for supporting all of our efforts with training and such. I can report that in 2019, we are on a trend again to have the safest year in Maplewood's over 30-year history. Our violent crime is exactly even compared to 2018. Our violent assaults are down by 43%. Our burglaries are down by 49%. Our motor vehicle theft is down by 20%. The only area, Mayor, that we're up a little bit is in theft, and it's predominantly shoplifting and theft from automotive vehicles. So I continue to ask our residents to be vigilant and remove their valuable items from their vehicles, lock their cars, and please don't leave their keys in their car. Otherwise, crime-wise, it was a great year for our residents, very safe in 2019. I want to move on to motor vehicle accidents over 2019. Overall accidents decreased. I provided a form that details all the accidents in town. Overall, we're down compared to last year. Pedestrians involved in accidents was the exact same number. I've also provided a breakdown as to where those accidents occurred, and that was predominantly on Springfield Avenue, Valley Street, or Irvington Avenue. And the major cause for the pedestrian accidents are driver inattention on the part of the driver, and it's left turns. So more often than not, that's what happened, is the driver wasn't paying attention and hit him. Luckily, we did not have any fatalities in 19.
What is the 18 bucks and the 47 bucks?
That's Irvington Avenue. That's, we have a walking post. Yeah.
Right, so there's 4 on Irvington Avenue then?
Correct.
Do you make note in any of these of whether or not there's anything physical that we should be aware of that prohibited a driver from seeing a pedestrian crossing or whatever, like, so that, if there's anything impeding their ability to see somebody?
Like a hitch or something, right?
Yeah. The secondary contributing circumstance in just about all of these was they occurred either at dark or just before. So lighting.
So lighting.
The only contributing circumstance, other than driver inattention.
Okay.
For a majority of them. We did a review of all the accidents, and I have the breakdown here As you can see, a majority of the accidents were either because they failed to observe a traffic control device, driver inattention, or some other driver action, generally speaking. I wanted to highlight, I provided just, it's not all of the training classes, but a majority of the training classes that our officers attended last year, and I just wanted to highlight a few, and you can look through them. There is a lot. Because of this schedule, this new schedule that the township supports, we were able to train a lot of officers, and I'll just go over the trainings that all of our officers received, and some of the requirements. All of our officers received bias crime updates, changes to internal affairs policy. This year, we had to designate humane law enforcement officers because they did away with the ASPCA. So we now have 3 certified humane law enforcement officers to deal with animals and animal cruelty. All of our supervisors received early intervention training, recognizing problems with their subordinates. We had to, in 2019, the AG, through AG policy, we had to designate a resiliency officer. That's an officer that can, it's like an outreach officer that can help officers in need provide services and referrals and not, without, it's like in addition to the employee plan. We did a lot of first aid over the year. We now have a certified CPR instructor. So I don't know if the town, I know Liz is a CPR instructor, but we now have our own CPR instructor. We gave all our officers below 100 training, which helps them to avoid a lot, it helps them to be safe and to avoid a lot of the injuries that officers face. And it has a lot to do with acting too quickly, driving around too fast, not wearing your safety, your seatbelt and such. We had several de-escalation classes over 2019. Some were hands-on, such as words fail, when the officers actually are physically taught how to better restrain a person, to verbal judo, and how to talk to the public better. Use of force, the aftermath. We did a review of the use of force review that was done by the media. We did our own internal review of that and how it affects our department. We did autism spectrum disorder for all of our officers to help deal with autistic adults and children. And in that line, we also had Clara Mass come out and teach all of our officers about their crisis intervention team and how they work hand in hand with similar issues, how to deal with persons in emotional crisis. The Attorney General's clear training for 2019 was based on special victims. All of our officers watched the video and did role play and talked about how to deal with crime victims and special victims. And that's all in addition to their annual training. I'll move on to my budget for this year, unless you have any questions. So this year, I would like to focus on the needs of our residents and continue to build on our community-oriented policing. I'm going to ask the Deputy Chief to talk briefly about what we've been doing over the past 19 in community policing and for our Community Services Bureau.
Good afternoon. I'll be brief. Good afternoon. Detective Sergeant Mike Palmarisi is in charge of our Community Service Bureau.
He has a lot of tasks, including he's in charge of the Detective Bureau, and also he does everything juvenile. He's our liaison between the police department and the school, and the police department and the Maplewood Municipal Alliance. So he has a lot of hats. As far as the Community Service Bureau is concerned, he has 2 officers, one's a detective in his unit. They also work closely with the schools and juvenile offenses, which they work hard in adjusting those offenses, so that is dealt with in the school level and at the municipal level, so it doesn't go to the prosecutor or down to the county. So we deal with a lot of in-house stuff here, so they don't so juveniles don't accept extra charges or anything like that. It's always we try to take care of it here in the municipality. As far as Community Service Bureau is concerned, he has set up National Night Out every year. We work with Mayfest. We partner with other organizations and assist other organizations in different things that they do. Just recently, for the holidays, we did. They were able to get people to donate gifts, and we did gift wrapping and hand them out to the local DCP&P, Department of Children's Protective Services. I think that they reached almost 200 gifts for kids that are in DCP&P, which we went out and handed out. Also, they did things for Thanksgiving. Throughout the year, they work with the seniors, and now they're trying to branch out more, maybe with some of the religious organizations that we have in town. Community Service Bureau is also working with the schools with the Hub and the Loft, after-school programs, and also with the basketball that we have after school, which we do various events. Right, also they do the middle school. So that's where the Community Service Bureau is now. Also, we are, with our schedule, we have the Power Wednesday, where we have a lot of officers. We rotate new officers into the unit for the day. So on a Wednesday and a Thursday, where we have a lot of officers, we'll rotate our junior officer into the unit, so they also can meet more of the public and get to know a lot of the staff in the schools and build a relationship there. Also wanted to highlight our traffic unit with Sergeant Reeves, which do a lot of things that helped decrease accidents, and also they receive an award too, right, from AAA for no fatalities. We do the child safety seats. They come in and do that. We set appointments for that. We also do, normal accidents they would respond to, but also they do a lot of educational things. And then our pamphlets, the wristbands at the train station and other places in town. Also warnings when they stop motorists, but also they do hand out summonses when need be. We receive complaints for speeding, for pedestrians, for people not stopping for pedestrians, so they do details on that. And and on top of all that, they also respond to regular calls that they have to respond to. So they also work with regular patrols, and that's what I see. So I want to continue on that for 2020. Worked very well. I want to continue training as many officers as possible. I want to continue to have the deputy chief give opportunities to our younger officers. It's very valuable for our younger officers to get opportunities, so we're doing that as often as we can. As the DC said, we've expanded our open gym to the middle school. I think I'm looking forward to that over the 2020 year. And then as far as my budget goals, there's a lot of things that need attention and work done in the building. So my focus for 2020 is to get some of those things handled. We have a new police building. It's only 11 years old, and we want to get some painting and some carpeting. It's time for that. We have older computers that have Windows 7, and some of our vendors require Windows 10, so we're going to be looking for updates to our computers. Matter of fact, the state police is requiring an update to our NCIC computers, so we're not even going to have an option for that. On that same level, our public safety cameras, we have to do a server upgrade for the same reason, because it's on Windows 7 and it's no longer supported. And that's predominantly it for next year, as far as what we're asking for, other than vehicles and such.
Thank you, Chief. So my colleagues like to ask any questions, just looking at operating expenses first before we go into capital questions.
I have no questions on the operations.
Ms. Adams? Mr. DeLuca? Nope. No questions. Okay, any questions in regards to the capital request which Chief Duval has outlined?
I did have the recommendation from Ken Malavasi was to get 5 cars.
Yes.
I know in the capital budget you have a request for 2 hybrid cars. Are those police cars or are those supervisor cars?
Yes, no, they're not police cars.
Okay.
They're administrative vehicles.
So then, in the operating budget, I couldn't figure out how many cars you were asking for in the operating budget, because it said used cars.
Yes, I wanted to continue my model from last year, and the goal would be to purchase used vehicles, as we've done for the past 2 years. A new patrol vehicle is $55,000, give or take, a new hybrid. And we are going to have to buy them at some point. But at this point, we have administrative vehicles that are in need of replacement first. So that's the reason why I'm asking for them first. And I can purchase used patrol vehicles at a great savings to delay us for a couple of years before we go.
And they generally last a couple of years, the used ones?
Yes. Yes, past 2 years, we've purchased 3 the first year, 5 last year, so that's 8, and they are all still in service. They're all 2015 or newer.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Have you gotten any comparative costs for electric cars, whether for just operational or patrol cars?
Fully electrical? I did not quote a fully electrical patrol car at all. Mainly that's because I wasn't looking to replace a patrol car right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, but going forward, I think we want to try to think ahead and plan for charging stations and electric vehicles, so as these requests come, hybrid's great, but it's, not as good.
Yeah, the hardest
and the
part-
technology's changing all the time.
Yes, the hardest part for a patrol vehicle, obviously, is especially in New Jersey, because we have 4 seasons. So, right now, the electric vehicle would have to be running, regardless, because...
It's never running.
What's that?
It's never running.
Well, what I'm saying is you would not be able, you would have to be drawing constant power to be powering all there is a computer in the car.
Plugged in?
What's that?
You mean plugged in all the time?
Well, what I mean is it would have to be powered off, because it wouldn't be able to be powered on unless, to run it the way police run, a vehicle can run 8-10 hours without being turned off.
Yeah.
And the voltage required, right now, the hybrids that we have one hybrid right now, patrol vehicle, and it just continues to run on gas because the electric can't support it.
Right, and that's totally different than an electric car. And I know that they're developing electric cruisers. I know Tesla has an electric police cruiser, so I'm sure they've adapted it to address those issues, just like the buses or the... I'm not talking about this year, obviously. I'm talking about, there are some of us up here who would like to start transitioning each year, and we know that we have to build an infrastructure of charging stations for and the electric, but we want you guys to start thinking that way as well, so that you can...
Patrol vehicles are substantially larger as well, which presents its own challenge, because you have to be able to accommodate not only a driver and potentially a passenger, but you have to be able to accommodate a prisoner. And that has its own challenges. Our hybrid that we have now is not capable of transporting a prisoner, the Fusion. They do have the hybrid Ford Explorer for $55,000, and that is able to, that is something that we will have to watch for the future. But it'll also be
changing, pretty rapidly.
But it'll also have to be designated specifically for what our purposes are. You know, I don't know that it's there yet for a patrol vehicle.
Understood.
Yeah. There's a test.
There is, yeah. I mean, California is doing Los Angeles is rotating its fleet into all electric right now.
Are they testing it?
They also need
No, there are vehicles.
And how much are those?
I don't know. You have to look into these.
That's all I'm saying.
What's that?
You gotta look into it, that's all I'm saying. Because that's what we're planning, because it is changing, and there is a Tesla patrol car.
I think the chief can look into it, but I think we're a little premature at this point.
Well, yeah, we're not talking about today.
Yeah, so, why don't, we got a year.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at my request, it is kind of a Band-Aid approach. I mean, at this point, I'm looking to get hybrid vehicles for our command staff, so the way we can do trickle-down vehicles, you know, just mainly because of the expense of it. Very, very expensive.
Well, we appreciate you looking at hybrids at least. I think that's a good step, right? We're going from all gas to hybrid, so we take those quick wins and we go from there, right?
They gotta get a car that can keep up with Dean or me when we take off.
You guys can, we can make you guys police officers. Any other questions for the chief?
Yeah.
Any more questions? No. All right. Chief, Deputy Chief, thank you for your time. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll hear from the library. Ms. Lester, who is in the building, please come forth.
She's in the gallery. She's in the house.
Can you text DPW and see if he can get here earlier? Can we, I don't think I have a cell phone number for Caesar. So you wanna?
But it wasn't.
Yeah, I just think we're moving along pretty quickly, so.
Yeah, he's here.
But he needs to be here.
Thank you.
Do you have the CCR coming?
Yeah, I know.
Can you get the CCR? That's the question.
Can you get CCR?
I can if she looks at emails.
Oh, is there a phone number? Anybody have Nancy's phone number?
I haven't.
Yeah, see if you can get them here.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Lester. Welcome.
Thank you.
In this beautiful snowy Saturday afternoon. So what we've been doing so far is asking for the department heads to provide a summary of 2019, hitting a couple of key points, and then highlighting what their goals are for 2020. When that's over, if you have any capital expenses as well, then we'll kind of look at your operating expenses. We'll discuss the capital expenses. We won't tell any personnel issues if you have any. And then you'll be on your way back into the abyss. So you have the floor. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you. So 2019 was another big year at the library. We now have over 19,000 borrowers in Maplewood who checked out 224,551 items, which was a 3% increase from the year before. Our biggest increase, again, and this has been a trend for a couple of years, is our increase in e-materials, so e-audiobooks, e-books, e-magazines, and that went up 30% from 2018. So we do see a lot of commuters coming in for our e-materials, all different kinds of people coming in for that. Our wireless access needs have increased as well.
Sure.
And that's totally maxed out in our building. So we can't provide any more, we can't meet any more demand for that.
And then another notable increase was our public internet usage, which increased 18% from 2018, and that actually was a surprise for me. So that's people coming in to use our PCs, our public PCs at the library. We've seen the trend of people coming in, more people coming in with their laptops and their own devices, but we've actually had an increase in the number of people that need to use our computers at the library. In 2019, we also launched a new website that has been very well used. We created a new logo. We tagged all of our materials with RFID technology, which will allow us to move into a new facility, a real 21st century facility. And we installed self-checkout machines at both the main library and the Hilton Branch Library.
Did those get utilized?
They get utilized, yes. We also received over $90,000 in grants last year. We did a lot of programming, as we always do. So we had a very successful Ideas Festival, a very successful summer reading program. One of our staff members received a Bloomberg Fellowship to attend Johns Hopkins, and she's getting a Master's of Public Health. And then bringing what she's learning there back to the library. And we are a partner now with the Bloomberg Health Initiative, and that brings resources and services into our library and for our community. We also partnered with Google. We did a Grow with Google event at the library, and we'll continue to do that as well. And then we had a very simple carpet replacement at our Hilton Branch Library. Turned out to be not so simple. And I think was a real, to try to do very simple repairs in our buildings is not possible anymore. Our buildings are too old. They're both from the 1950s, and that I think was a real lesson for us. And but Hilton has reopened, and it actually looks great now. The public is coming back into the building and is very happy to be there. At the same time, I've been working very closely with the Maplewood Library Foundation to raise private support for our new library in Maplewood, and I'm pleased to report that as of December 31st, the foundation reached their first milestone of $1 million.
Awesome.
So that is from Maplewood residents to the foundation. So that is a huge thing that the foundation has done. I'm very appreciative of all that. That's all volunteer run of what they've been able to achieve, and they're going to keep going. So that's really a pretty amazing thing.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Lester. Is there anything you want to highlight at all for 2020?
Our big goal in 2020 is to apply for the New Jersey Library Construction Bond Grant. That application has just opened and will close on April 6th. So that is what we are focusing on right now.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Lester on her mission statement, her vision, her narrative? Seeing none. We want to cover your two... You have a question? No. Okay. Do you want to go over your two capital items?
Yes. So, we have, our public has a lot of technological needs, and we upgrade our technology on a 5 to 6 year cycle. And so all the technology requests are to replace outdated technology in the library. We need a wireless mic system in our Memorial Hall to get us through this year. That will then be portable to another location. And this has been pointed out to us from numerous people that it's very hard to hear in our current location.
We hear that here too.
Yes. So this is something that we definitely need. Along with that is replacement, 10 new PCs for our Hilton Branch Library. 4 new iMacs to replace the 2012 iMacs that are in the teen zone, and again, these would be able to move to a new location. We need new iPads that again need to replace the outdated iPads that we currently have. and 8 new MacBooks for our teens. We lend out MacBooks every day after school to our teenagers, and these, are in high demand.
Yeah.
And they are out constantly and are, overused and breaking at this point. So those, we definitely need a replacement for those. So those are the major points on our technology requests. And then for our second budget request is to really set up our interim location while the main library is closed to the public.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on these two capital requests?
No question.
Is there any priorities in the technological to bring that bottom line number down at all?
I think they're in priority order.
Okay. I don't mean each capital request, I mean the technological request you just went through.
Right, they're in
okay.
priority order.
Understood. Ms. Rivera.
Mayor, just to add to that, and part of conversation of the application to the grant,
Right.
we do need to allocate an additional $50,000 we estimated to make the application. So number 2, that should actually be increased by 50,000.
That's,
right?
no,
That's
it's
how I
actually, we got a resolution from the library board, they were asking for 75,000.
So an additional 75.
Yes, but the problem is this, that money has to be available now and can't wait for the budget.
Right.
Because this is all money that we need to apply, to get for the application. So we have to actually submit something to DEP, dealing with the brook, the Green Acres, and historic, we have to submit for permitting. So that means we need to hire the engineer and the architect to work on that. We also have to bring the cost down, the cost of the total project down, so we need engineer and architect to work with us on that, so that's going to cost some money right now. So I think in conversation we had, there's some capital money that's from the past, if we could find a way to move that around.
If there's capital money in the past that would still be available if it hasn't been included.
Well, I don't think it was been to the library, just in general. Do we have any capital in building improvements or anything like that that we can move around?
Yes, we definitely have some categories. We'll have to take a look at the balances in the building maintenance and repairs that we put in every year in our capital. But if we cannot find it there, we can certainly do a resolution as an emergency appropriation to amend the temporary budget that would put the funding in place.
Okay. We should probably have a finance meeting this week.
Well, if you could find out if what's possible, and then we need to just move ahead. The library board needs to move ahead to engage these consultants, so we need a go. I mean, they're on retainer, we just need to give them an okay to do the work, so.
Understood.
And that total amount we're looking for was?
Up to 75, yeah. The library has 25. We think it's, these are all estimates, but we think it's going to be somewhere between 90 and 100, just to do these applications, which is one of the reasons why a lot of the libraries are not even putting in.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, because of the cost of putting together the application.
So, Mr. DeLuca, that's why that's not in here then?
Correct.
Because it's got to be now?
Correct.
Got it.
I can give you this one if you want. No?
Do we need to approve
My
that?
marching orders are to find $75,000.
Yeah, I think that's pretty straightforward.
So if you find it, then we can just, we would have to amend if it's in building, we don't have to.
If it's in a capital ordinance and it fits the bond ordinance that we passed, then yes, we wouldn't need to do anything. We could just immediately start.
Can you give us some guidance by Tuesday night's township committee meeting? Thank you.
But it looked like it's on the discussion item. Okay. Anything else from Ms. Lester?
I don't think
Just when you say looking for an alternative structure, where you're looking at now?
The first aid building by the community pool,
Okay.
The OEM building?
the OEM building.
Yeah.
And you're also looking to go into schools, maybe, possibly sending some of our librarians?
Yes, so we're looking at using our Hilton Branch Library, then the OEM building, and then also possibly putting some of our librarians into the schools, into the school libraries, And then we are part of the Buckles Consortium of Libraries, which is 77 libraries in northern New Jersey. Millburn is a member, West Orange, Livingston, and so there's the possibility of also having some of our staff in those libraries where our patrons can also use those services.
When we're talking about the emergency management building, we're talking about where the garage bay is?
No.
Or where are we talking about exactly?
No,
In the inside.
we would fully occupy the building itself.
So what about when we have elections?
They would have to move them out.
Right.
We have to move them out.
We have to,
Move out the library.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So the library would have to be closed those days.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we might have to move stacks around and tables
Right.
around.
Right,
Yeah.
that's where I'm
I mean,
going.
that-
That's
Yeah,
We're solid on our location.
no, we're not moving the location. We just have
No,
to move.
location's fine, just have all this
Right.
inventory coming in, and it's it's a general election year too, so it's gonna be a
Yes.
very busy.
Right, well, this wouldn't happen before, so the timeline we're looking at is the grant application goes in April 6th. They have 60 days to respond, so we're looking at the beginning of June to hear notification on the grant. Then the legislator has to approve it.
We're not moving till next year.
So it's going to be after November.
No. That's not gonna happen.
November.
It's not gonna happen.
Nothing's happening in November.
Plus, part of this is we'd have a consultant work with us, so when the consultant we'd tell the consultant what we would need, so as they design it, we'd be able to move things out. What we might use the bays for is for storage. Upstairs would be offices for our employees.
Correct.
And then the downstairs, we would have not a lot of circulation books. We'd have mostly laptops or PCs and
What I'm envisioning is a real, a new collection. So to have just new materials, computers, magazines, newspapers, and then to really, one of the benefits of our consortium is to really to utilize our ability to reserve materials. And so that could be a pickup point for our patrons. And then keep in mind, we also have the Hilton Branch Library, so we have that location as well. And then, but one of the things that we do a lot of is programming.
Yes.
And so that really cannot be accommodated in those two facilities.
Right.
Our story times typically get 100 people at each story time. So we will need to use other buildings throughout the town for our programming. So I'm hoping that we would be able to do so at the Woodland, at DeHart, at Bergdorf. At Bergdorf, I mean, so that will have to be done at other locations.
And that, I think also the consultant would be able to look at that and suggest, do a need structure and be able to figure out what space is requirement, all that kind of stuff.
We have
So,
1978 now, too.
Yeah.
so-
Great.
Right. So the expectation is this 75K we would allocate for the consultant, that the consulting firm would come and put together a roadmap, which we would execute in 2021, about where to logistically put everything.
No, the 75K we're talking about would be matched with the 25,000 that the library has, and that would be just for the application. Then there's you're talking about the capital request?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also 75.
Okay.
That's
Then that is for the moving, and that's also the moving person, right? The moving van, the moving company?
Yes, but we are getting estimates in on that right now, so that is, that's the low end for actually moving.
But I don't think it's going to cost 75,000 for the consultant
Correct,
on the moving.
right.
That 75,000 is the consultant plus the actual move to a temporary location.
But this move yeah, right, so this move's not going to happen until 2021. Why is it in the 2020?
Because you have to do the planning in 2020, and some of the stuff is going to be, we have to move out of this building by the end of the year, so some of that stuff is going to go into storage.
Okay.
So we will execute the contract in the last quarter of 2019.
Okay.
So we need funding now, and additional, that money is never available until mid-part of 2020, so if we wanted to move in early 2020, we need the money locked in now. 2021, rather.
Okay, so who can summarize all this? Vic, can you summarize what we need
Okay.
now and
So
what?
right now, we need $100,000 to prepare for the application. The library has 25,
The request was for an additional 75, which Mr. Kaloje is going to look for.
The 100K, stop there for a minute, what does that include in terms of applying for the grant?
So that includes the engineer, and it's in the, let me just...
Yeah, so it's in the resolution that I think, I hope...
So it's...
I haven't looked at it.
Okay, prepared documents including applications submitted to New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection for environmental green acres and historic preservation approvals. We have to provide a schematic plan for the building that include, plans for the building that include a site plan, elevations, and a floor plan with the furniture layouts. That has to go with the application. The application also needs a certification from the architect on the building's structural soundness and suitability for reconstruction. And lastly, there needs to be a statement of intent to meet leadership in energy and environmental design and well building standards.
May I interrupt for 1 second? And that 75K, Dean, that's the 75K that Mr. Koje is going to find.
No, I understand that part. I just wanted to know what it was for.
The other 75K I'm referring to is about logistics and about moving.
Right.
I got it now.
Okay.
So that other 75, a portion of it will be used to hire like a logistics person.
Right.
And then that logistics person will also do a schedule. A lot of the stuff we have right now will go into storage off-site.
Got it.
So that will happen, could happen right after, could happen as soon as October, November, because it would have nothing to do with the OEM building.
Sure.
Then once the OEM building becomes available, there's going to be a period of going in there and making some changes to bring in more power, maybe more lines for the computers and things like that.
Right, the data drops and the wireless access points, so that all has to be upgraded for public use.
And then whatever we put in there has to be mobile so that we can move it around when we have the election in June and election in November of 2021.
Perfect. Yes. Thank you for the clarification. I think we all have it now. So,
yes.
A lot of money, but exciting times because of what's coming ahead.
Absolutely.
Any additional questions for Ms. Lester? All right, seeing none, thank you for your time, and thank you for everything. We appreciate
Can we
you.
go over expenses? We didn't go over the line by line.
Oh, did you want to cover that? Because I asked already about it. Okay, we covered it.
No, it's okay. I didn't have anything on it. I was just-
Okay, I already mentioned that before.
I didn't have anything on it.
Okay.
I just want to thank Ms. Lester for your continued leadership. This is a massive project. It's multi-layered, it's complicated, and you're doing a phenomenal job keeping it all together and coordinating with everyone, so thank you.
Well, thank you, and I thank you all for, for your leadership as well, and because this takes, this really does take a whole community to make this happen, and so I thank the Township Committee, the Library Foundation, the library trustees, and the Friends of the Library, and the staff.
Thank you.
And Sonia. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to Public Works.
That was funny. 75.
Quite thick this one. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon. If you'd like to introduce yourselves for those who are watching on television and may not be familiar with who you are.
Sure. Cesar Riccardi, Acting Director of Public Works.
Michael Horan, Acting Foreman, Park Shade Tree.
Thank you, gentlemen. So what we've been doing is having our department heads come provide a narrative of the highlights of 2019, touching on 2 or 3, and then kind of going over their vision, mission, and direction for 2020. Then we look at your operating expenses, and after we go through a Q&A with that, then we move on to some of your capital requests, and we do a Q&A over that, and then at that point, you're all set. You can go back to the Winter Wonderland. So, you have the floor.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank you guys for having me here this morning. And let me get into it. Although faced with many challenges throughout 2019, the Department of Public Works was nonetheless able to successfully provide services to the residents of the township. Just a few items that we were able to accomplish were the complete renovation of 2 baseball diamonds within our township parks, which had standing water and excessive field closures.
Just bring it closer to you.
Just bring it.
All right. Planted approximately 135 street trees in the spring and 170 in the parks during the fall. Planted 12 Kwanzaa cherries in the celebration of Arbor Day. Gave away nearly 400 tree seedlings to the residents. Installed 4 aerators in Memorial Park duck pond and performed a storm pipe repair to increase flow into the pond. Installed 4 new backboards and rims at the Memorial Park basketball courts, replacing outdated equipment that is nearly 10 years old. Installed an electronic access control system at our DPW facility, which was previously unsecured and had numerous keys in circulation. The building can now be remotely secured from a desktop. And successfully worked with Rutgers University through Rutgers Internship Program with 3 college interns who performed maintenance in Memorial Park for several weeks. And in conclusion, for the year 2020, the goals for the department will be to continue the improvement and just going forward for more new projects.
Great. Thank you very much for that narrative. Any questions on the narrative for DPW before we go into operating expenses?
No.
Seeing none. Any questions for DPW about their operating expenses?
Hold on, I gotta pull it up.
Mr. DeLuca.
Yeah, I had one about, sorry, let me just pull it up. It was the recycling. I think it was increased to 308,000.
Do you have the line item?
I gotta find it, I'm sorry.
No worries. For the record, you have like the thickest line items of all.
306,205, recycling pickup contract.
There we go. Yep.
Last year we budgeted 235, we spent that, and this year we're budgeting at 306.
Well, as you all know, recycling.
Just to speak on that, the amount there should have been 286. That's the actual contract amount, so for 2019.
So 235 is wrong?
So that would probably turn into a budget transfer.
No, we would set it up as a new budget item. If you're saying that it's only 286, I was making the assumption that there was some other contractual items that we had with some different vendors, and it wasn't only this one contract.
No, this is the only contract in 205. That should be the only one there. Historically, what we've done, and I guess since 2017, the contract has trended up in the upwards of 20,000 per year. The difference in this year is that we're looking to change up the contract and providing services, splitting it up into 2 sections of town. So Monday would be sections 1 to 3, Tuesday would be sections 4 through 6, and it would be Wednesday or Thursday in that same contact. So we're out there right now. We are going to have an open bid on Wednesday. We're looking to get some competitive hits, which we have already. I've gotten some inquiries on our recycling, and I think this opens up the floor also to dual strength and exploring that if we're going to have those 2-day options. So
what is the number that you're going to plug in there? Is it 306? Is that a real number?
that is a real number based on what we spent in our contract, which was 286.
And then the disposal of recyclables, we budgeted 190, it's on 306, 207.
Yes.
We budgeted 192, we spent 235, and we're budgeting 192 again.
The 225 is reflective on the they do pick out the contaminated items, so those bills are adjusted to reflect that.
And why would we not think that that's
I
going to
think we want to
occur
think
again?
about trying to upcharge that to perhaps $215, based on a lot of the education we've done. It has diminished quite a bit, so I think $215 is probably a more realistic number, so we'll have to make that adjustment.
Okay. And then in 305-202, bulk drop-off program.
I'm sorry, what number?
305-202, bulk drop-off program. So we budgeted 12.5, we spent 12.5. This year we're talking about adding a third. Why are we adding a third?
No, we will keep that at 2, bulk drop-offs.
Because people can put out stuff on their own, so.
Yeah, we don't need,
Yeah, we don't really need, we don't need 3 bulk.
so that
bulk
should be
drop-offs.
12.5?
Yes.
You got that?
If anyone else has any questions, Caesar and I actually sat down and went over this. There are some items that we should consider increasing based on some of the contracts we looked over this past week. I'd like to point out that on the first page, 300, 302, 206 with regard to tree removal contracting.
What was that number again?
That is 300, 302, 206.
Thank you.
300.
Thank you.
The previous recommended amount was 50,000. It should actually be to 60,000. We are going to increase the arborist hours. Currently is on a 4-hour. Realistically, that's not what we were able to do or handle, rather. And they're currently working on a tree inventory. I think Caesar has some
Yes, I do.
numbers
Yeah.
for the township committee
Yes.
to go over what those preliminary numbers look right now. But in the next coming weeks, we should have a complete inventory for you.
I'm glad to hear that. I think that's the right direction.
Yeah, we asked for that last year, so yeah.
Shouldn't that be under salary or something, or does it have to go in that line?
He's a consultant,
Yeah, I know.
so it's not under salaries.
He's not a salaried employee.
So just the 308, 203 signs, I see we're increasing it, which I think is good, because we do need more signs around.
Yeah.
For particularly pedestrian safety and things like that. And so the other thing is we spent in 308, 206, which is traffic light maintenance. We budgeted 17, we spent almost 21,000, we're going back to 13,000. I know we don't have a lot of traffic lights, but was this,
Is there a reason?
I know we had the traffic light at Parker and Boyden that we had to replace.
Yeah, we had to replace that one. Honestly, I don't, apologize, I don't have an answer for that one.
It was, I'm sorry, Mayor, and our acting director wouldn't have an answer because it was an accounting issue. We got reimbursed by the insurance company for the pole that came down. That reimbursement wound up hitting in the 18 budget, but the invoicing came to finance late and it didn't get paid to the 19 budget. So we had budgeted appropriately. We were prepared to do whatever we needed to do and get reimbursement. In this particular case, because of the way it transitioned and because the invoice came into the finance department late, it ended up being, looking like an over-encumbrance. But the truth is that was covered by money that came in from the insurance company a few months earlier.
Okay, all right. Now I want to have a conversation with Mr. Kittner about this thing, because it seems that our relationship with the county on their willingness to do as much work on Springfield Avenue isn't bearing as much fruit as it did in the past, so we might want to throw a little bit of money there in case we have to deal with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put the whole 40,000 for, as a capital item, but just on operating, we might be needing to send more of our people or contract out people to take care of some of those.
That's a good point.
Just to step back a little bit, I have the 10% survey that Rich Wolowitz performed for us. If you guys, I have a copy for each one of you if you want, if you'd like one.
Sure, we have a little time.
So the parks maintenance, 375,205.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Sonia. What was that number again?
375,205.
Thank you.
Last year, we spent, what, 59? Wait, I always have to scroll back up to see which budgeted and spent. Okay, second.
Parks maintenance,
Looks like we're looking to, is that enough? Because we clearly went about.
yeah, we went up. Because we used roughly $58,000 to repair and maintain the township parks. And our grass cutting contractor is paid out of this account. Last year, we had issues of a non-payment to our contractor. They're not feeling, so this is why I'm asking to increase the budget to $60,000, so we don't run into these issues in 2020.
It's 50. Did I miss an increase?
No, it's...
We're recommending that it's actually increased to 60,000.
Oh, is that the one?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I don't see that in mine either, is that?
No, it's a part of our discussion that we had this week and looking at the
Gotcha.
line items, so, under park maintenance.
Is there any other line item we should take a look at that may be a discrepancy as we, go through this transition period?
I had a few questions, Mr. Mayor, unless this is before that.
No, please go ahead, Mr.
Okay. 290-102, seasonal employees. I just see last year we appropriated $8,000, and it looks like we only spent a few $100, whereas in prior years it looked like, we had spent thousands of dollars on seasonal employees, and this year we have $12,000 requested and recommended for the budget. So I'm just wondering, sort of this anomaly in 2019, did we just not hire seasonal employees?
Exactly, we did not hire any seasonal employees.
Okay.
Where were you looking, was that 2019? And that's why we're asking for 12,000, I guess. Yeah, 12,000.
We want to keep it,
We
we want to keep it there. Obviously, 2020, we planned differently and to hire people seasonally.
Okay, and they would be, those seasonal employees, obviously it's sort of whatever we need them to do, but where do we usually use the seasonal employees?
The rake out.
Yeah, rake out and also leaf pickup.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Mr. Horner, did you want to also pipe in?
No, I was just relaying to him
Excellent.
what we were, relaying to him what we were using our seasonal employees for.
Great, thank
I
you.
appreciate that. 315-100, let's see, 110. We don't have any budget for vehicle maintenance overtime, and that's something that we had appropriated and spent in prior years. I was wondering why this year we weren't anticipating any vehicle maintenance overtime.
We'll have to check on that. We'll have to check to see if that was an inadvertent, if the overtime wound up going into the wrong line item. So we will double check that number.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, no, it's not a lot of money, but it just seems like, yeah, there should be something, because, the vehicles aren't perfect, so. The last question I had was down in 375, and that was on tennis court maintenance and diamond maintenance. And, it's zeroed out, and I realize it's been zero for a while. Is that just because, to the extent tennis court maintenance and diamond maintenance is required, it comes from another item, and maybe it shouldn't even be on this sheet? Because, it seems to me that if we're spending $0 maintaining our tennis courts and our baseball and softball diamonds, that's too little.
Yeah, which we're not. We spent money, laser, whatever that's called.
They've been typically coming out of capital.
Yeah.
I think that's what's been happening.
Right. Also, there were OSTF requests
open
on
space.
these items, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not that we're really spending zero on this, it's just not coming out of
The operating.
that
Operating budget, yes.
Okay. And you're comfortable with that, Mr. Cloche?
Yes, my guess would be that at some point in years past, we were keeping it in our operating budget. Someone along the line became creative and found an alternate revenue source for it, and this has just been again carried on as a $0 amount for year after year after year. Whether the intention was to bring it back in or to leave it in the open space, I'm not certain. I know that open space is not thrilled about seeing line items like this be zero, because they feel that maintenance stuff should be picked up as part of the town's operating budget and not hit in their funding. So we can do however you want to do this.
I also know that when I meet with South Orange and with the school district, and we're talking about applying the user fees and where we're going to make investments, one of the, and it's a bit of the pot and the kettle, but one of the things that we get told is that, is that Maplewood doesn't put the proper maintenance in, and that those funds are not to be used for sort of regular maintenance. They're supposed to be for new projects or new facilities, and and not just to keep, not basically to be a slush fund to avoid having to put it in our operating budget, and seeing things like $0 for tennis court maintenance and $0 for baseball and softball diamond maintenance doesn't help the case when I have to defend townships in those meetings.
There's in OSTF the park athletic field maintenance and park maintenance, and Missy Mancuso did correct that request to include or exclude from the request for OSTF. So there's still money in it for OSTF, but then 40,000 of it was covered by user fees.
Yeah. So I'm not sure, how much of this is a discussion for today versus a discussion for another day. But I do think that we need to look at the money we're putting into maintaining our athletic facilities and our fields, and also how we're accounting for that and where we're pulling the money from, because I don't think that's what we should be using the OSTF for, is for sort of regular maintenance.
I 100% agree with you.
Yes. And also it puts us in a very difficult position when we're trying to advocate with the school district and
100%.
South Orange to take user fees and say we want to invest these somewhere in Maplewood, and they say, well, the only reason you need that is because you guys aren't maintaining your fields.
I like to, Mr. Limby, I 100% agree with that. And in fact, there's a lot of, what I like to do is I like to pause. I like for you guys to come back next week and redo this. I feel like there's a lot of things in here that are not ready, and I would like to see you guys come back and go over this again. There's a lot of stuff in here a lot of questions. I have some more, and at this point I feel we're at an inflection point where you should probably go back through this, because I agree with Mr. Lindbergh as well. I have a concern about hearing the same thing you have as a former chair, our fields, and nothing against you guys, just the fact that...
In fairness, these gentlemen, it's the first time, probably the first time they're hearing it, and they took this up. Totally understand. They had to jump on a horse that was already halfway across the river.
Understood. I totally understand that, and respectfully, but I think it would be in our best interest if you guys, we have some time, Ms. Fritzen presented this week, you could take her spot next week, we can come back and revisit this, have some more time to go over it, because there's a lot of discrepancies and issues here. I don't know what happened in your sub-meeting. I know you had, another person working there, but there's just a lot here, and, I feel more comfortable. I think the residents would, if you guys would go back and revisit this and do a deeper dive and make sure you're comfortable with these numbers.
Can I just add a couple of other questions?
Sure,
I have
please
to bring back? In the 290 category, this is streets and roads. It seems a little strange that we have zero listed for overtime in streets and roads. That would be 290-110. So if you can come back with that information. Also, the 291-202, which is road salt and sanding. We spent 100,000, we have 90,000 listed. And then the one underneath, 291-203, contractual services, I assume that's contractual plowing services, right? Yes. We've budgeted 20,000 in the last couple of years. Last year, it looks like we didn't spend anything on contractual services. 20,000 may be enough, but I want to make sure that we're actually spending it. Do we have somebody under contract and all that kind of stuff? So you can bring, unless you have the answer now.
I have the answers now. I mean, it's a contractual agreement and we go out to bid. So that could have been that we didn't process the billing. So if that's...
So it could be, there could be an expense.
It's not reflective there. In addition to, we did go over the road salt and sand and thought that 90,000 would be an appropriate number based off, even so we spent 100. So we were comfortable with that number.
And the streets and road overtime? We zeroed it out.
That we'd have to look at, Joe, see where that got charged to.
Because we've been spending 50, 80, 37.
Yeah.
I assume we have overtime there.
Yeah, we have overtime.
And do we still put money into the storm account?
Historically, what we do is if there's any money left over in the prior year budget, we, instead of having that lapse in the appropriation reserves, we lapse it into the trust fund. So we have some funding there, and I know that Ms. Viveros said that the TC wants a full accounting of all our trust funds, so we will have that for you by next Saturday.
So, again,
Run down through, I just like specifically, what are you looking for that we provide?
that is the whole thing. I mean, I just think we need to, and I appreciate the effort, and this is nothing personal, it's just too much discrepancy, too many issues here. I think it'd be prudent for us to come back next week and go through this again, where everything is buttoned up, and we can just go from there. So I think that's what we need to do.
Mr. Kolodziej, you made notes of the several line items that were pointed out.
That you need to look at.
The two specifically that I'm looking at are for Parks and Shade Tree. Is that what we're talking about?
No, there were several other ones too.
There are others. So, just okay.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I think it just happens all. I mean, it's not, again, it's a challenging time. We're going through transition, so I just think it'd be in the best interest that we take a little more time to this is, as Mr. Lindbergh says, this is serious. This is people's money. We want to make sure that we're thoughtful here, and there's just so many questions, and we're trying to figure this out, and just having a clear snapshot, I think we could do that next Saturday.
Or we could work through it now, we got time.
I prefer to do it next Saturday. I don't think that's fair to these gentlemen.
Oh, no,
So-
I'm talking more about the administration.
Oh, yeah, they could, they would do that, so.
Like
Well, one thing, we did run these down, so, I mean, we're comfortable going through them, but if you want additional information and come back next Saturday, that's fine, but we did go through these.
I'm not saying you didn't go through them, but I'm just saying at the same time that, like, there's a lot, like, this is zeroed out. I think it's prudent to just step back and come back next Saturday.
Actually, I think that makes sense for another reason too, because next Saturday, we're also going to hear from engineering and we're going to hear from OSTF. And these things overlap, right, with respect to your request to OSTF and whether or not, as Mr. Lembrick very, sagely said, we really need to start thinking about how we're going to move forward, because Mr. Kolodziej and I sat in a very tense meeting yet again. This was my first, not his first, at OSTF, where there's a lot of resentment that these park maintenance requests are always coming out of that fund. So we need to sort of talk about that, and next weekend would be the right time because we would have all these departments together.
Agreed. So let's just do that. So, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Mayor, do you want them to come back at the 10:20 slot? 10:20 a.m.?
Yeah, what is your time slot?
It was 10:20 to 10:50.
When is engineering
Let's do that.
and
Did you want
OSTF?
them to come back and do the capital then, or do you?
They're all near one another. They're one after another.
Yeah.
Okay, did we
Perfect.
go over
Open
capital?
space is next?
No, we're going to go to that next Saturday, too. We'll do it all next
Talking
week.
about this thing? Tree?
Yeah, we can look at the tree thing, yeah.
I'm sorry, Mayor, before we continue, if I just may add to Mr. Lembrick's questions and comments, because I think it's a very good example or an illustration of some of the issues that we faced from this past year. It was a
Joe, could you speak into the microphone?
I apologize. It was a tough budget, and the governing body made some really tough decisions and told us to do more with less, and I think our acting director just gave us an example of how he did more with less.
Yes.
we didn't hire any seasonal workers this year, and we kind of took care of what needed to get taken care of. What we did in last year's budget, and some of those cuts are going to need to come back. Otherwise, they're going to wind up becoming diamond maintenance and tennis court maintenance, and then 7 years down the road, there's going to be this line item that's going to be zeros for years, and we're going to burn out, department employees because of what was done this year. Now, I'm not saying everything's going to need to get put back, but I think that as we continue this budget process, there needs to be an eye on the Township Committee asked administration to do more with less this year, and in turn, she went and asked all department heads to do the same, and for the most part, most departments answered that call. I'm just kind of asking that we don't reward, punish good behavior, so to speak, that we keep an open mind when we start looking at some of these line items for cuts in the future.
Completely fair. Thank you, Mr. Koche.
Are we going to go over the capital request?
No, we'll do that all next week. I'd rather just do it all next week.
Should we just go over them in case we need more information when they come back next week?
Some of these, they are deserving of a beginning of a conversation, especially with the different options of the vehicle purchasing and leasing program, so we need to have it's a bigger discussion.
Fair. Gentlemen, are you prepared to have that conversation over the capital? And then we will go back next week. Do you want to go over the capital expenses?
If you would like to go over it, we'll go over it. If you'd like to go over it.
So, and again, I want to be clear, this is nothing towards you, I just feel like we can enhance this presentation.
That's fine.
All right, so then we'll start with the first capital expense, which is leasing of vehicles.
Yes. Okay, leasing of vehicles. The intent is to lease 8 new vehicles to supplement the DPW fleet, as there are several aged vehicles that should be taken out of service due to age, wear, and cost of maintaining and repairing components.
So, have you done an analysis of the leasing versus purchasing?
We did do that from the county when we looked at their leasing options, so.
We did. When we were exploring our options for the swimming pool, the whole new filtration system, we looked at it. This is clearly a program that lends itself very well to vehicles. There are actually some lease programs that you can implement with your police cars that wind up typically costing less over the long haul.
Right, but we're talking about DPW vehicles.
Right. So in respects to what the DPW is operating on, essentially it winds up being usually a slight savings. It may be slightly more, but the big benefit to going with the lease program instead of the capital program is that it does not go against our debt service calculation. We're only allowed to have 3.5% of our assessed value as our debt limit. If we go through leasing programs, it doesn't apply against that. So it leaves more room to borrow money for other things if it was necessary. It all depends on the market, and it all depends, if you catch it at the right time, it's going to save you money. If you don't catch it at the right time, it's going to cost you roughly the same, maybe a little bit more. But it's certainly a program that a lot of municipalities have been turning to as an answer to a $300,000 dump truck.
So at the end of the lease, who owns the dump truck?
The township.
So it's essentially, there's a lease purchase.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not just like a normal leasing, where you turn in your car at the end and you get it.
The police car program and other administrative staff, building department, that sort of thing, is typically a lease and end of the lease, you're done with it. But with large equipment like this, whether we're leasing a backhoe or a dump truck, those typically are leased to own, correct?
So what we have to look at is the margin of interest to lease versus the margin of us going out to borrow the money, is that correct?
And it all depends on, exactly. So depending on market conditions, it may make sense this year, and next year it may make no sense to go with the lease program. But obviously, once we lock into the lease numbers, that's locked in, and we've received that benefit.
What is it, a 4-year lease? It says through 2024, so 4 or 5 year lease, I guess.
At 2.1%? And so these are brand-new vehicles?
These are brand-new vehicles. It's a 5-year lease, and it's at the 2.1%.
So this would be an annual payment of $160,000 for the dump truck and $170,000, right? Is that what I'm looking at? So for 4 years, we're going to spend $600,000 for a dump truck. What do they cost if we bought one?
Right, so this lease program that we have in front of us is a little unusual because most of the leasing companies that we deal with would take a look at the useful life of a particular vehicle. So this 5-year would typically be what would be considered for a police car. A useful life on a police car, if it's an SUV, is only 5 years. In theory, we would be able to get a lease program on a dump truck that would be 10 years instead of 5 years, which would reduce the payments over the course of the year. It obviously increased a little bit of the interest payments because we're paying out interest over a longer period of time. Typically, that also affects the interest rate. So if it's something that
So this is, I guess what I'm asking.
These are the costs.
These are the costs.
These are the cost of the units,
Right.
of the piece of equipment. So we're borrowing.
Loan is 1.3 million.
Exactly. And then if you look below, we're paying $276 per year for each of the 5 years, and that breaks out to
22 in interest.
$22,000 in interest, and so it's $100,000 in interest over the 5 years, $110,000.
And in that particular example, we would be better off bonding for that money.
It would be.
Yes. Because we can treat it the same exact way with bond, sell a note, and instead of, typically the way notes work, for the first 3 years, we're only required to pay interest, but if we decided to basically lease to ourselves and set up a note and that
Right.
equivalent, the interest rate would be lower because we would be accelerating the pay down.
Right. The other thing is, I understand that these are all needed, but this is 8 pieces of equipment at one time. We rarely do something like that.
Well, part of the breakdown too, you'll see that there's a jitney bus here. I'm not sure that that's a total, based on this was something that was submitted probably 3 months ago. I'm not sure that jitney bus is something that you want to include in there. I absolutely know that the dump trucks are of necessity. The street sweeper, because we've been putting a lot of Band-Aids on on what we currently have. So there is an order of priority here if you want to,
Would we buy 5 dump trucks at one time?
not 5, but I think in the past, I think we talked about two or three.
There's 3 dump trucks at 159 and 2 dump trucks at 171.
What's the
That's fine.
difference between those two categories? The dump trucks are the different dump trucks?
Probably just bigger.
They're the trucks that salt the roads, that bring the asphalt, that carry the asphalt. They're multi-purpose. The larger vehicles.
More robust.
Yes, the more
So I
robust.
recall a dump truck being like requested in the past by, like, I guess, yeah, I'm asking, and maybe this comes back next week, of, do we need 5 brand-new dump trucks to, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Or can we, I mean, how bad are they? If we need 5 brand new and we want to do it with this leasing thing, that might be what we do, but, you know what I mean? I don't know if we need all.
According to last year, we bought 2 dump trucks, heavy-duty utility dump trucks, $360,000.
We did not.
No.
We did
That's
not?
not
We didn't
approved.
That wasn't
approve
approved?
that.
Okay. Okay. Cost, okay, recommendation, we didn't approve it, okay. Did we buy anything last year for DPW?
We did not,
No.
because of our tough year.
We didn't buy a backhoe? I thought we bought a backhoe.
We bought an add-on to a piece of equipment.
Yes, that was an
When
attachment.
did we buy the backhoe? Was that the year before?
Yeah, I think so. That doesn't show anything on here. Okay,
Anyway, so I guess,
all right.
I feel like what you're
We'll come
hearing is
back
we
with a
need more
revision on
information.
the equipment.
So you're essentially asking for 8 pieces of equipment. Financing is a different matter, but you're asking for 8 pieces of equipment, right? 8 trucks and 8 vehicles, rather. 8 vehicles.
Yes.
But also, like, each dump truck that you're replacing, it'd be nice to know what the life is. If one of them's going to be, needs to be replaced, 2 of them need to be replaced right away, they're just dying. The other one may have 4 years of life left, the other one may have, 2 years, whatever.
We have that for you, we'll provide it with you when we reassign
That's what
all
I'm
of the different equipment.
And you're still holding on to the jitney request?
I would actually remove that jitney request.
The one in
There's a need for an additional bus. Plus, we're looking at the electric.
The electric one, that's what I was
So I think that could altogether come out.
Okay. Is the electric one, is it possible to lease the electric one? Like, make this jitney an electric one?
That's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, so, yeah.
And remove another one out of the fleet and then have two electrical?
Yeah, or, whatever works. I mean, if this is indeed a smart way to do this, then we just need to know what we're...
So maybe next week, because I'm looking at last year's where you, as Mr. DeLuca talked about, you wanted 2 dump trucks, about $360 was the cost. Maybe just provide like a pro and con of purchasing versus
Yeah, how
leasing.
much it would cost
Let's
to
do
buy
that,
them.
and then we can cover that next week as part of the review.
Cooling tower.
Let's see, moving on.
Yes.
What's our second one?
Yes.
What? Am I voting on something?
No voting. No, nothing.
Okay.
Just cooling tower.
All right, repair a cooling tower. Want to cover that?
From what I understand, since the assumption of the building, this hasn't been done or thoroughly cleaned out, so I think there's a need for overhaul here. So Caesar can explain to that.
Yes, the refurbishment of the cooling tower at the municipal police and court building. The work will include scraping and cleaning of the existing panels, the coating of the existing panels with marine-grade epoxy, the installation of the new bottom basin, and the installation of new spray nozzles.
Okay, so it says that it's got holes. This was sort of, remember when they were fixing, what was it? We were talking about engineering public works.
The flu, yeah.
Yeah, not just that, there was something where they had to, there was
The
no
filtration?
cooling. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is in addition to
This is-
that, it's all
right.
connected, sort of. Okay.
Any questions on that? Any questions?
No questions.
Okay, how about the Caterpillar?
Here's
Any
the
questions
claw,
on that?
Caterpillar actually?
Yep, it's number 3.
Attachment.
No question. Okay, this is commonly referred to as the claw. This equipment, this is not equipment, this is an attachment to the loader. It is used to grab, lift, and the tree trunks, concrete, leaves, anything. We go around, you guys probably seen it around town. It's an attachment, and it's very essential to our operation.
Yeah. Any questions about that? All right, number 4, painting of the woodland.
That's pretty
I think
self-explanatory as well.
I think the woodland could use a little facelift, so we don't have any problem with that.
Don't have a problem with it.
No
Okay.
problem with it, it's a...
Painting of the exterior, the woodland.
Terrific price.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I was going to say that too. That's pretty cheap for that building.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know how accurate
I
it is,
think
but it
that-
is.
I think we're in good standing with, and have a good reputation with our current vendor.
That's Serta Pro?
Yes.
Yes, Serta.
That was, he came to the vendors meeting we had.
That's right, with the, doing with the township, with the, doing business with the township, that was one of the vendors that came out.
Wow, I'll have to remember
They
that when I
actually
need my house.
painted the whole upstairs, so they really did a good job, and,
So the next one is the tennis courts, number 5. So this one was a little interesting, with $70K. The only part I saw was this coloring part of it. It was extra $9,700 on top of it, but any thoughts on that?
Which
Coloring?
tennis?
This is the coloring of tennis courts.
Memorial Park and at Walter Park.
Memorial
Park,
Walters,
so-
right.
It's on here.
They're only a couple years old, Memorial Park.
Did we just do, yeah.
No, this,
I know they have water problems.
the Walters Park, it's Walters
This
Park.
isn't Memorial Park.
So it's not Memorial.
It says
Oh, this,
okay. It does say Memorial Park.
yes, it does say Memorial Park, I apologize.
Okay.
But it does, yeah, it's not that.
So this is basically 70K just for Walter Park?
We'll have to relook at that
Yeah, you will.
and get an estimate just for
It's
Walter.
a lot of money for cracks.
Agreed. So let's revisit number 5. All right. Number 6, meaning split system.
Just to go over the estimate for the cracks on this, it says it's broken out as Memorial Park,
And Walter
15,000, and Walter Park, 15,000.
Plus 9,700 each for the coloring, that's what I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we need to revisit that one.
Yeah, that's
a no.
We'll give you an update on that
Can
one.
you also ask Paul Kittner to look at that and see if
Sure.
that's...
Yeah. Okay. All right, so mini split system, town hall?
Okay, the installation of the mini HVAC system to provide heating and cooling in the CFO's office. I think that's important.
That's enough.
Definite no, I don't know there.
I do place a garbage can underneath the unit and utilize the condensed water that drips down from the unit to water the plants. So
I think you could just...
I do have a pretty good...
You already have
your own wife
all
out
your
there,
plants are
right?
dead. I think you just need to wear shorts.
Yeah. Plus, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, not very good, go ahead.
All right. DPW bathroom repairs.
We're going to have to come back to that with the engineering budget based on our conversations at the subcommittee level. We talked about doing additional repairs with the fuel storage tank construction to renovate the bathrooms and the employee room.
Oh, right.
So that will be adjusted, and that should actually go in the engineering
Okay.
capital request.
All right, so just to engineering. Okay. Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, last one is fence install at Memorial Park.
I get nauseous when I scroll too fast.
Okay. The goal of this project is to replace the aging and one fence surrounding the basketball courts in Memorial Park, bringing it to parity with the adjacent tennis court and the new basketball courts currently being installed at D-Hart Park.
Wait. I must have...
This is number 8.
To the end,
Number 8.
Yeah.
it's beyond that, the other way.
No, it says it.
Any questions, concerns about that one?
No.
No.
So fences.
Okay.
And then there's...
So there's interesting. I have only 8 on this, so there's a number 9, I thought.
There's a
Yeah.
number 9, yeah.
Civic House.
Paying the Civic House. Again, not
The
too.
Civic
So it-
House...
With regard to the Civic House,
Woodland.
This is,
I'm
it
sorry.
was 12,000.
12. Okay.
My question on 8 is just that is that both for Memorial and for D-Hart? Or is it just to be similar to D-Hart?
It's to be similar to D-Hart.
Okay.
So the Civic House...
Isn't that under the existing work we're looking at, USA Architects? I think this request may have been made before we did the whole USA Architect relationship through engineering.
Oh,
to
when we
look
were
at all
adding the
repairs at Civic
additional
House.
facilities, is that what?
Come again?
When we were adding the additional facilities with USA? Is that what-
Yes, so I think you need to look at that.
So we'll talk to Paul about this one.
Because this may be included in that.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah. Also, you should go to that other painting contractor for an estimate, no offense to...
We do have, there is an aggregate and a vendor threshold, so we do have to go out to bid if we're going to do some large painting jobs throughout the town.
So we have to, you're saying we have to go to separate vendors?
Right.
Okay.
Well, even if it's on the same commodity, we still potentially have to go out to bid, so if he's using USAA and he went through the bidding process, it might just be easier to go through that venue. So, I think that's all for the capital requests that we have.
Yeah.
For Public Works. There are additional positions being proposed to add to the table of organization. Previously, I think what you have in front of you is that there were 2 additional positions for Parks and Shade Tree, and there additional maintenance worker, roadway maintenance. during our conversations, I think with regard to Parks and Shade Tree, we were trying to hone in and be a little more specific and to hire a climber. And I think our acting foreman can speak to that, and the necessity for an additional climber, being that we're looking at our tree inventory a little deeper and making a lot more maintenance of it, so.
Currently, right now, I'm the only climber that you have in town, so obviously, if the township were to hire an additional employee into the shade tree department, it'd be vital to, have someone who possesses the skills to, get up in a bucket and, be able to comfortably, prune and remove trees in town, just in case, if I'm not around, or, if something happens in town and, I'm indisposed, the town isn't, left kind of hanging in the balance. Of course. So I think if you're willing to bring somebody else in the department, that it'd definitely be a climber. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I might add to that, it's actually really essential, because if you've been noticing weather pattern changes, and we've been getting tree storms, a lot of tree storms and snowstorms, but most likely tree storms, especially last year, we had an ice storm, tree storm, and it just keeps happening more and more. And it's very difficult to just put the workload on my end. So I would just really hope you guys take that into consideration.
Is this regarded pruning as well?
Yes, it's pruning also. A climber would possess those skills.
So we could maybe prune more than we do now, like air out the canopy so that they're
Yes,
not
we could most likely,
acting as sails?
instead of, I would put it in simpler terms, instead of putting out fires, we could be more proactive.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the more pruning we can do, the less trees we'll lose.
Yes.
How many bucket trucks do we have?
We have one bucket truck that's approximately 55 feet in height, and we have the smaller bucket, it's the electrical one. It's approximately, I'd say, 30 feet.
And are both of these used to do tree trimming?
Essentially, sometimes I will use the smaller one when the other one's indisposed or it's broken down, or if we really need it. But I will use that one for tree work.
So when you're removing the trees on Rutgers next week, you'll be using these?
Definitely.
Okay, great. Any more questions?
We do have one additional maintenance worker, specific to road, and I think, as you've all seen, that we've done, the department itself has done a lot of road repairs, big patchwork, and we have a striper, so I think it calls for a lot more hands-on, so that was a position we'd like the Township Committee to consider. So if Caesar, you have any information on that?
Yes. The shortage of, I'm sorry, no, I'm not going to read that. The department struggles to meet the demands in a timely manner because of lack of personnel, and to do so, we go outside the department to get help from other departments to meet their demands. Oh no, this is not the one. The roadway maintenance division has been understaffed since downsizing the department approximately 10 years ago. The shortage of support severely impacts the department's ability to properly address items such as roadway repairs, street sweeping, and snow plowing activities. The decline in manpower prohibits the department from operating in a proactive manner in regard to tasks such as roadway striping and sewer line maintenance. We can significantly improve operations by expanding our workforce by adding an additional laborer to the roadway maintenance division at Public Works.
Thank you. Any questions about potential staff? No? Questions? No? Okay. Thank you. We appreciate it. Again, we want you to come back next week and go back through a couple of things. And I know you'll work with Ms. Viveros and Mr. Kojay, and we look forward to ongoing conversations, and well done. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now take a 15-minute break, and then we'll resume with the community coalition race. Thank you.
Do we?
Okay, Nancy's not.
Coalition on Race.
Thank you both for coming early.
Good afternoon and welcome. What we're looking to do is hear a narrative. It can be brief in terms of what you've done over 2019 and what you're looking to accomplish in 2020. And then we'll go through briefly through your budget and ask questions, and you'll be on your way back into the snow. So thank you for coming and your flexibility this afternoon. And if you don't mind introducing yourself for the public, I would appreciate that.
Okay. Want me to start? Okay. Hi, I'm Nancy Gagne. I'm the Executive Director of the South Orange Maplewood Community Coalition on Race.
And I'm Kelly Quirk, I'm Chair of the Board.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'd like to welcome Kelly Quirk. We're really excited to have her as our new chair this year, and we thank Robert Marchman for the last 3 years of service. I'll just quickly go over some things that we did in 2019. I'm not even going to talk about programs because you have everything in the new proposal. A lot of what we're doing in 2020 follows on what we did in 2019, but I'm just going to do some high-level comments that we created, sponsored, and collaborated on 30 community programs in support of racial integration and inclusion in 2019. We raised, well, actually, I wrote this in November, and we raised $92,000 from the community in donations at that point, and that's probably up another $15,000 to $18,000 since then, so over $100,000. We gained 600 new contacts on our website, which we're excited about, with a total of 4,500 emailable contacts. We have 2,300 e-newsletter subscribers, and we're exceeding the nonprofit rate on that, which we're happy about. And we connected with nearly 3,000 residents, 1,200 of whom attended events and programs, 600 of whom completed surveys, and last year more than 1,200 households lit luminaries in solidarity with our message and Dr. King's message of justice and inclusion. And we're looking to exceed all of this once again in 2020. We keep growing. We're excited about that. We also started work on the 1619 project. That was an unexpected addition to our work this year, but it's carrying through. It started in 2019 with an opening ceremony and a learning opportunity, and now monthly discussions being run by various community groups and individuals, and we are taking the lead on 2 months of community discussions, one in February, one in November. Where do we want to, do you want to hear about now things about 2020 or anything, any questions on 2019? Oh,
I think one other thing just to bring up about 2019, or a couple things, is we once again revamped our demographics report that we issued to the community that's about the racial integration within the community and changing demographics. We did that in advance of the census because we feel like we need the information in the meantime. And also to help us talk about the school district. That particular report gets shared over and over in community forums, particularly in forums with parents who are talking about elementary school integration and what they can see, because it's an easily digestible format. And I think it's one of the things we do that's a real value add to the community. In addition to which, it doesn't easily get reported out. There's a number of times over the course of the year where we end up doing more private consultation on bias and anti-bias for folks in the community, small businesses, certain government officials and offices. And because we do them as private consulting, there's no newsletter, there's no big print copy. But this year, we're going to start tracking those hours for you guys so that you can get a better sense of exactly how much of our time is going into training the community and or training specific businesses around those types of issues.
Yeah, and I would just say, thank you for mentioning the demographics report. We were really proud of that work, and it's been used by the school district and other groups and individuals. We get a lot of requests for portions of it that we share. And this year, because we are waiting for census information that won't be out until 2021 in March, we're looking at some very local information, and trying to serve some of our committees that want answers about integration issues connected to businesses in the communities, to everything from that to things like which schools are doing better on closing the academic achievement gap.
The last part that came out sort of, and this is one of the ways we're using data more to inform our work, is part of the demographics report and the research that was done by this committee this year really focused a lot on the number of families in our community that are struggling, the number of ALICE families, so asset limited income constricted, and that is informing the work of the residential committee going forward. So, and you'll see in your service proposal, like us using this and identifying this as a need within the community that's not often necessarily talked about as leading to some work going forward this year, and I'm going to find the page so I don't misrepresent our committee's words. But specifically, as we revamp and rethink about that committee, it's not just our home maintenance loan program, but it's also, and realtor advisory, which we still think are important work. But they want to have conversations around defining affordable housing in the SOMA environment, and then also foreclosure resource assistance, because we know that we're focused a lot on retaining the Black community in our neighborhood. We don't want them moving, and so there's two parts to that. We are marketing in the year coming forward, and we spent a year coming up with a proposal for how to market this community to new Black families to move in. And I'm going to steal Nancy's, can I steal her thunder?
Go ahead.
So we have a marketing committee, and part of this was also us reaching out and finding, getting pitches from agencies who would want to come do this work and want to help us create the narrative to attract new in-movers, but we also don't want to lose families that we do have, particularly both in the Hilton neighborhood and in my neighborhood, the Borden Park neighborhood. So, we're very concerned about foreclosure rates and the forcing out of families who've lived here for a while, and the fact that a lot of our neighbors, their children are not sure that they can move back to this community that they grew up in. And so that is sort of informing that work going forward.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is that looking over the 2020 proposal, a lot of the programs are things that we're accustomed to doing because they work and people ask us to bring them out again. But the big new thing, in addition to the things that Kelly was talking about, is the fact that we were able to find a targeted marketing firm that we feel really will meet the needs of the two towns and help us meet that initiative to grow the pipeline of Black in-movers.
That's great.
Thank you. Any questions for the CCR? No? Mr. Luca, any questions? Nope. So, any questions? Nope. None. My only question I have is just with the contributions in relation to South Orange. That's what you're asking them for, the $25,000. What did they give you last year? I didn't have it year over year.
We did. We're trying to figure that out. We did. I think that's what we asked for, and I think they actually gave us more money. So I've just reached out to the village president to discuss the possibility that we would get the same that they contributed in 2019. So it might be a little over the $25,000.
That's great. And then I couldn't find my 2019 budget. How much did we allocate to you last year?
I think it was the 35-2.
35-2. Okay, great. Okay. That was really my only two questions.
I have a non-budget question.
Please, Mr.
And I'm not sure how many people are watching, but if you could just let us know the time and location for the event you're hosting on Monday.
Yes. Our Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day observance, volunteer fair, and luminary ceremony begins at 2 o'clock at Columbia High School on Parker Avenue in Maplewood. We hope that people will turn out. Check our website, communitycoalitiononrace.org, to see what you can bring for the volunteer fair in terms of donations. There are instant impact activities, and be part of the Luminary Project. There are still Luminary kits available at various businesses in both Maplewood and South Orange.
Thank you. So just to answer the question, In 2018, we gave you 34,200.
34,200,
And then we
yeah.
bumped it up 1,000 in 2019 to 35,200.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Booth.
And do you have there what South Orange?
I do not.
Okay.
Okay,
I know they're behind us.
correct, that was where I was going.
And many.
Yes, not a surprise.
No comment.
Well, they have a smaller population.
Fair.
Not by that much, but...
Yes. And then the last thing I would say is that we had a meeting on Thursday about the census, and we will reach out to you to find ways. We actually have 2 census-oriented groups that are going to be at Columbia High School.
Great.
But we want to do more with CCR, with looking at certain communities, so.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank
have a
you
great
for your
afternoon.
support and for showing up at our events, and
Thank you.
the moral support is, every bit as important, so we really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll now move on to public comment. Do we have any emails? Okay.
Just the one you got? All day?
Just that one? That was it. That guy was, that was a tough one. Okay, so seeing no one, we will close the public comment. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
There we go. All in favor? Aye. All right, we are adjourned. We'll see you back here next Saturday at 9 a.m.